We get started. These are new PA systems to us. Can everyone hear us comfortably in the back? If you've been here before, is this better than it used to be? Good. Okay.
Sounds muffled.
All right.
Sounds muffled.
Let's just say you don't hear it.
It does? It sounds muffled?
A little.
Oh, well. We'll figure it
I
out.
don't know if we can, I guess, put in a memo through the complaint department, I guess. Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. We can stand for the flag salute, please. Ready? Begin.
I allegiance to the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call to establish a quorum, please.
President Klein,
Here.
Vice President Massimiliano,
Present.
Member Burton,
Here.
Member Robichaud,
Present.
Member Johnson.
Present.
Okay, inspirational reading. Jenny Brittingham.
Testing. All right, good afternoon, everybody. As we gather this afternoon, we take a moment to honor Black History Month. This month is more than a time of reflection. It's an opportunity to recognize and honor those who have shaped history and continue to inspire generations. Black history is an integral part of our nation's story, reminding us that progress is made through perseverance and leadership of many. From educators and innovators to scientists, artists, and everyday change makers, Black Americans have contributed in countless ways to our communities and society as a whole. As we honor Black History Month, let's continue to create spaces where every student feels valued, supported, and empowered to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Student Representative Jacob Cavazos. Yeah, let's move the mic. We have it, we might as well use
You
it.
can take it off.
Is this better?
Well, he
Yeah,
doesn't
just hold
wanna
it.
He doesn't want to hold it. Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Well, at CTEC, we have recently got back our results for the Skills USA regional competition. And I'm very pleased to say that 20 of our CTEC students will be participating in the state competition.
Wow.
At regionals, CTEC swept all categories that we participated in, first finishing with first and second place finish. Thank you. For Black History Month, one of CTEC's memorials from our spring showcase will be displayed at the African American Historical and Cultural Museum, San Joaquin Valley, just a couple blocks. The raised fist that will be displayed represents unity amongst African Americans who have been historically oppressed. And once again, we would like to thank you for letting us participate in this month's board meeting, and we look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you.
So great job as always. Can you elaborate a little more about the exhibit that's going to be at the African American Museum?
So the raised fist that some of our students did for their junior showcase, spring showcase, that was for it was for an integrated project that we had worked on last year. I don't remember if I reflected or talked about it, but it represents the history of African American historical culture, and so it will be moving it down there to kind of represent that area in that space.
So can you describe the piece a little, or your inspiration of the mediums you chose for it? Yes, please. I want to hear about it. He said a raised fist. Let's go. Come on. Thank you. Yes, teamwork makes the dream work.
The project we decided on was the raised fist. We chose it to represent the African American culture because for our senior project for our junior year, we got put into different groups, and each group got chosen to represent a different culture, and we chose to represent African American culture.
Thank you.
And the fist we made is completely out of like different polygonal triangles, so it's made up entirely of triangles and shaped into the fist.
Nice. Nice.
So it's made of 114 triangles. We
Okay.
created the model based on the
Okay.
we originally left it with a rough, gritty, wasn't finished. We didn't paint it at all to symbolize the grit and the perseverance of it to get to the point.
Yes.
But I believe we've been recently painting it to the colors of Black history Month to be exhibited at the museum.
Bravo. For you. Thank you. We appreciate your representation. Great job.
Okay, thank you.
Great job.
Okay, now we'll move to adoption of the agenda. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Please read roll call.
President Klein,
Yes.
Vice President Matsumoto.
Yes.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Roman,
Yes.
Yes.
Now we'll move on to the approval of the minutes from January 16th meeting. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval, please. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
President Klein,
Yes.
Vice President Matsumoto,
Yes.
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 Okay, now we'll move on to employee of the month. Jennifer?
We are pleased to honor Anthony Stoner, Program Assistant in All for Youth, as the February 2025 Employee of the Month. Anthony has been a cornerstone of the All for Youth program since joining in May of 2021. His exceptional work ethic, remarkable multitasking skills, sharp wit set him apart, but it's his can-do attitude and genuine smile that truly makes a difference in the lives of his colleagues and communities he serves. Over the past 3 years, Anthony's contributions have been nothing short of extraordinary. From managing contracts for 4 mental health rural vans and 12 wellness centers to coordinating agreements with 10 districts to ensure access to quality mental health services, his behind-the-scenes efforts are pivotal in the program's success. Anthony's meticulous attention to detail shines through in his work with Fresno County Department of Behavioral Health, ensuring every clinician, case manager, family partner, and wellness coach has the necessary certifications to provide life-changing care in the field. His dedication touches every aspect of the program, ensuring that critical mental health services reach those who need them most. Anthony, your commitment to excellence and your positive spirit are a true inspiration to all of us. Thank you for being such an integral part of the All for Youth team and Team FCSS. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jenny. And thank you, Anthony. By the way, for those of you in the room, if you can see how many people we squished into one small room, that's how many people Anthony. He was so busy working, so attentive to everybody else's needs that all of us were in cahoots for like a minute. And then some of us swept in, and then we said, okay, we're having a moment here. So it was so much fun to surprise you in that moment, Anthony. And then frankly, to see the joy on everyone's face, to see you be celebrated was really wonderful. I know that Tammy and Trina think you sort of shortly walk on water. And the fact that you've been with us only 4 years and you've made this kind of impact is tremendous. Yes, thank you. Honestly, we're very, very proud that you picked us all those years ago to be a part of the work that's consequential. I don't need to tell you And I bet you bring the spirit every day to work, that you're changing lives through the Offer Your Youth program. And so it's just really, really a lot. It's very gratifying. And I'm very looking forward to recognizing you today as of February and
Bravo.
Anyone?
All right. So Anthony, I have a very soft spot for All for Youth because my sister, works in mental health, and she actually briefly worked for All for Youth. So I texted her and I said, hey, did you happen to interact with Anthony at all during the time you were with All for Youth? And she said, yeah, he was very kind and helpful, and he helped me with my onboarding process. And so, obviously I believe everything my sister tells me, so I'm sure you were great. So thank you so much for your work, and we very much need, the work that you do. In seeing the work that my sister does every day, I'm always inspired, and I honestly, I'm like, I don't know how you do it, but it's very much needed. And now she's at the county, working for the county. She went back to the county because she said the reason why, even though All for Youth offered me better pay than the county did, the reason why I went back is because of my specific students, and because of the hard work it takes to get students to open up and really be able to impact their lives with regards to mental health. And so I know that all of you guys are doing amazing work, and thank you so much for that.
I'll just jump in here and keep it very short. The amount of details that you must manage is tremendous. And I know I can't do that kind of thing. And I respect and admire anyone that can. And I appreciate all that you've done for our organization and for the youth of the organization. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kimberly.
I'm going to go first. I was going to say, Kimberly usually wants me to go first. And if she asks, you do it. So, no, but thank you very much. Also, All for Youth, a special place. I'm a long-term public servant also in my normal job. Spent a lot of years working in social services. It can be a very taxing job for the people in the field. I remember a lot of my experiences, and the people who supported me in the office just give me like a little bit of peace of mind while I was out visiting with families. And, I kind of noted certification tracking. I've worked with the Department of Behavioral Health myself, and one of the hardest things that they have is tracking staff certifications and when they need to be renewed. It's always a challenge because it seems like all of us who are clinicians or doing items out in the field, we seem to forget when our items expire. And so there always has to be that person back in the office who's guiding us through, like, hey, by the way, you didn't do this training yet and your certification's going to expire, or your professional development units are not current. And you're like, oh, and you're always like, oh, almost dreading emailing the people that tell them. But it's so important to keep people current on those items so they can continue to serve the community. So thank you for doing that, because I know it's not the funnest conversation to somebody in the field all the time of, you didn't do this, and by the way, if you don't, I'm going to have to tell somebody, and then you're not going to be able to see your clients. And that can kind of be a difficult conversation to happen sometimes. And so having someone who's not just comfortable having that conversation, but is a little bit persistent. Like when at work I didn't take my defensive driving training, and they told me I can't drive a car anymore at work. So thank you so much. It takes a lot of commitment to keep on top of all of those things. And I think Trina, your department is the largest at the superintendent of schools. So it's a lot of people for people who don't know. This is a 6 or how many total people?
Almost 800.
Is it almost 800? Over 600. I thought it was over 600. So that's a lot of people keeping track of. And so thank you for that. We recognize how much work that is.
Great job. Well, Anthony, it's evident in the attention that you have brought into the boardroom today with all of the attendees, that how much love you bring and kindness you bring to your position when you walk into the room. Everyone is here smiling and happy and excited for you to receive this acknowledgement today, and it is well deserved. Well deserved. We thank you for all of your kindness, your passion, your dedication, your overtime. Because I already know, I can tell, your commitment to our students and our specialized students in this department. We thank you for all that you do and working with the staff and being kind. You're a kind leader, I can tell, and that makes a difference. And we appreciate you for that. And keep up the great work, keep up the great morale in the department. We thank you so much for all that you do in the department. 600 is a huge department to manage, but it's done with grace and excellence. And we thank you all for your services. Thank you.
And Anthony, real quick, the rest of it, ditto what they say, but somebody like yourself that can, has 4 mental health rural vans to run, 12 wellness centers, plus 10 school districts to deal with, or districts to deal with, and then be out on the field and make sure that the providers have what they need. You learn something from the provider's ground to put into your contracts, and you learn from the contracts how it implements people's on the ground. That's a great skill to be able to do that. And if Trina's department goes up to 800 people, I think Trina, we found somebody to help you do that. So thank you very much for all your work, and it makes our job look good and easy. Thank you.
Bravo.
Okay.
I wrote something down, so I'll just read what I wrote. Thank you. So I'm extremely grateful to receive the Employee of the Month. This recognition truly means a lot to me. A big thank you to the All for Youth program for the support and encouragement. I also want to acknowledge my amazing teammates, because this wouldn't be possible without the fantastic people I get to work with every day. I feel extremely lucky to be working with at such a great workplace. Thank you.
Now the bad part.
You're not done.
Aww.
We'll get a picture and then we'll have the Okay, everybody ready? Okay. Anthony's tall, so we'll have to figure it.
She's telling us to move.
Okay.
Yeah, your name's not Marcy.
Thank you. Bravo. Parents to come up. The parents, don't forget about the major components here. Yes, couldn't have done without them. Bravo. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Fantastic.
And Anthony, did you introduce your parents?
Well,
Go ahead.
This is my dad, Luis. And this is my mom, Gina, but goes by Regina. And she works in the department.
bravo.
really?
Yes. Beautiful job, Mom and Dad.
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Okay, now we'll move on to Superintendent Superstar for February.
Yes. Hello.
It is our absolute honor to recognize Jade Perez as our February Superintendent Superstar.
Bravo.
I'm small, so I gotta do this.
There you go.
Okay. Jade is a junior at Layton High School and a shining example of school spirit. As a Navajo Native American and Hispanic student, Jade has maximized all that the district provides to grow, lead, and inspire. Raised in the close-knit community of Layton, she has flourished in an environment that values connection, opportunity, and perseverance. Drawing strength from her grandparents, the father figures who have guided her, and most importantly, her mother's unwavering support, Jade has turned encouragement into action. Guided by the saying, "Be the reason the tree grows," She credits those who have nurtured her success and in turn strives to uplift others. Jade's remarkable accomplishments reflect her dedication and passion. As a Gen Youth National Youth Council member, she proudly represents Layton High School on a national stage, bringing recognition to both her school and community. She is a leader within the Future Farmers of America chapter, and as a student athlete since middle school, she now serves as team captain, leading by example through hard work and determination. Her involvement in Link Crew highlights her commitment to supporting younger students, helping them transition to high school with confidence. Outgoing, outspoken, and service-oriented, Jade is an exemplary student who has seized every opportunity to learn, lead, and give back. Beyond school, Jade remains deeply engaged in her community, participating in local events and even running for rodeo queen to proudly represent Layton and its surrounding areas. Her leadership, resilience, and cultural pride have shaped her into a role model, not just within the district, but on a national scale. Jade is a testament to what is possible when students take full advantage of the resources, programs, and opportunities available to them. Congratulations, Jade.
I'll go ahead and start. Jade, we're just so very proud of you. 206,000 students in Fresno County schools, and you are the single student being recognized here today as February 2025 Student of the Month. We're very, very proud of your accomplishment. We're very proud of the young person you are and the exemplary model that you are for others. I just wanted to say that, again, there's something very, very special about our small schools. We're so pleased to have you, Superintendent Nieves, here with us today. And I see another small school superintendent back there, Jeff Purcell. Our small school districts are very, very special. And there is a bit of a blending between school and community, isn't there? It feels like the whole community and the school is the hub. And the fact that you bring community in to use the weight room and to learn about nutrition and tell them how much you care about them, and therefore you want to help them be healthier, is really a testament to who you are as a person. So we're very lucky to have you leading your fellow students at your school district. And again, we just are with you as we raise you up as the example for our February 25 Superintendent Superstar. Congratulations.
That's fine.
I'll go. One of the things I noted was FFA, and so I always ask the question of what kind of animal are you raising? Because I know that's always a big project. Oh, wow.
Nice. Beautiful.
Excellent. And then I know a lot of people read Rodeo Queen and they don't know what that means. But that means a lot of community service, and not that you wave nicely, but it also means a lot of demonstrating horsemanship skills and those types of things. So Dr. Clyde spends a lot of time in the saddle, so I'm sure he's happy that there's another horse rider here today. But thank you for what you do there in the community and kind of moving the farming legacy of our Central Valley along. The economic lifeblood of our entire county and our entire valley is agriculture. Everything that we do here is intertwined into the agricultural nature of our community, and so thank you for being a leader in that.
Oh, Jade, beautiful Jade. Oh my gosh, you are so talented, so smart, and you're just intelligent. So first of all, I have a question for you. Just give me a little information of what a rodeo queen consists of to be able to hold such well, I was going to say elegant, but okay, rodeo, to be a rodeo queen. Tell me what that consists of.
We sell about 3,000 tickets to be able to be and you could advance towards you get entered into a round. And you, over time, you start doing your poison personality, you start asking, answering questions about who you are as a person, but also the rodeo association of California. You continue that journey on and you compete in different various of challenges over the whole 4 months that you have. And they will crown you at the end of April, or the beginning of April, and you'll go out and you'll sell tickets as a committee, but you'll also donate those charity to like any charity that you want, but also to your Lane Lions Club rodeo, which that's very important. And you'll bring back to your community, you can do more activities for them, fundraising, anything else. It's just bringing back what the money that's happened to your
Excellent. Bravo for you. Like, oh my gosh, what a shining star you
Sounds like you have a
are.
rodeo ticket purchase.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to think. Let me see, how can we get her some more tickets? We're just so pleased. Thank you so much for gracing our chambers today with your presence, Jade. You are passionate. You are service-oriented. The true meaning of service-oriented. And the phrase, be the reason the tree grows. I'm Choctaw Indian, so that really touched my heart. And having the purpose and the reason to strive, to plant your roots strong, and to stand with grace and integrity, and to be that leader and that bright, shining gem, Jade, that you are. Continue to strive, baby girl. Yes.
My turn. I'm so excited to acknowledge you, and I'm so proud of who you are and that you represent your community. I know your Superintendent Nieves, and I'm so grateful to her and the whole district for doing such an outstanding job and nurturing students that are as intelligent and as well-rounded as you are. I'm going to assume these are your parents next to you.
Mom,
well,
yes,
thank you.
yes. Other father figure,
Sorry,
yes.
I made a terrible assumption. But these are people that have helped you become, get to where you are today, and probably will behind you in the future as well. I grew up in small towns, rural kid. I've shown that steer at the fair, and he stepped on my foot. So be careful with that. But I'm so proud of you and all the work you've done. I look forward to hearing what you do in the future, what your plans are down the road, and hoping that you come back and grace us with your continued service as an adult and as a professional in whatever arena you choose to work in. But congratulations to you and to your support team as well.
Yes. I just wanted to add in, beautiful job, Mom. I tell you, because I know the self-sacrifice it takes to pour in, to watch, to make sure she's where she needs to be, when she's supposed to be there, and making sure she is there. And I know the self-sacrifice it takes of a mother to pour into her daughter to create the excellence that you have created. So bravo to you, Mom.
Thank you. So I was also going to highlight Mom, of course, because you are the reason the tree grows. But Jade, really, you are the reason the tree flourished. And the reason I say that is because, my dad, he works in agriculture, and it was always about, you plant the tree and you water the tree and it grows, but you also have to think about the environment the tree grows in, right? And other things, pruning it and otherwise, and fertilizer and all of that to make sure that tree has the best fruit possible, right? And so I'm so happy to hear that you have taken advantage of your environment and all the things that were afforded to you, even from a small town, because you're now an example for other young girls like you who now see themselves in you. And so wear that hat proudly and keep representing and keep working hard. And Mom, thank you for your hard work as well. And keep, supporting her in everything that she does, because you're going to be an incredible person in the future, as you are now. But thank you for all the work that you're doing, and wishing you the best in everything.
Okay, Jade, I know you're a junior, but can you give us an idea what you might pursue in the future and where you would go?
Indeed,
Oh,
you
good
shall.
for you.
Indeed, you shall.
One thing about FFA and rodeo is that it promotes public speaking and self-confidence. It's clear that she's accomplished at that. And do you know the lessons out there? Do you know in Layton? Oh, okay. Because that's all right. The Layton rodeo is coming up soon, isn't it? Yes, it is. And it's one of the first on the schedule. So I assume you'll be out there because they don't name them until then, right? Okay. Right. How many are in the field? Oh, okay. Yeah. Good. So anyway, lots of luck to you.
And will you report back to us and let us know the outcome, please? Thank you.
Okay, but just make sure you come back to Fresno County, okay? When it's all said and done, we need homegrown quality back here.
Yes.
That's the bottom line. Thank you very much.
I'll listen.
Thank you so much for your wonderful, kind, encouraging words, and thank you for hosting us today. I would really like to say a very special thank you to Superintendent Michelle Kofer for giving me the opportunity to acknowledge one of our outstanding students. Jade is a testament to what can happen when students really take advantage of every opportunity within their environment. And I am just so proud that she represents us here today. She has some words to say to everyone. And again, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity today. Thank you to Jade's mom for being here, and for our principal, Mr. Cortez, for being here supporting her as well.
Bravo.
I'd like to thank everybody that's in the room today. Anything could be accomplished without anybody that you know. I'd like to thank my mom for being here, because without having a father figure in the home, I know there's struggles that have happened. My grandma couldn't make it today, but I would like to thank her too. She's put a lot of dedication to me without the endless driving, taking me to games, taking me to FFA events. She likes to refer herself as a taxi driver.
That's Grandma's cab.
I'd like to thank my two uncles, and my grandpa. They're not here, but spiritually I know that they're here. They raised me to be somebody that I couldn't imagine to be. I struggled with a lot, and they made me the person I am today, and they kept giving me the saying, be the reason the tree grows. Because at the end of the day, you have a lot of people that are here to support you, but they're the ones that build you and make you the person that you are. No matter what the struggles is, you could cut those pruned or anything and cut those negativity out of your life and continue to grow more and more and build those other trees, because you don't know at the end of the day what somebody could go to at home and struggle with.
That's right.
I'd like to thank all you guys, and Superintendent, thank you so much for having me as one of your representatives as a superintendent. And I always like to thank Ms. Nieves for being one of the female leaders in my life. She has pushed me on since my freshman year. I was new to the district, didn't know anything about Layton, but I lived there my whole life, but I didn't know much about how the district was. I like to thank her so much. Thank you to Mr. Cortez for being the joyful self he is, trying to join in to all the school activities that we have during lunch, no matter what it is. He supports us through our journey, and I couldn't ask for a better principal in my life to be here today with me. And he's also another figure in my life that's like stepped in as a father figure to represent me. Thank you.
Beautiful.
As she comes up, you notice I meant about public speaking? Didn't miss a beat and never used one note. And by the way, that's a quality. When you go to the rodeo, if you aren't picked, call me. I'm going to make some calls.
statement.
Like a fashion statement.
Count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Staff.
Oh, that's right.
And then you might have to organize. Was there each? Wants to speech?
We're normally good.
You're good. You're okay. All right, here we go. Nancy, can you stand in?
You're right.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to a recess now for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 2:15. The input, the public may address the board pursuant to established procedures. No action shall be taken pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.3. Individual speakers shall be allowed to 3 minutes to address the Fresno County Board of Education as per bylaw 9323. This has nothing to do with CTEC. This is general public, and I didn't get any, so we'll move on. I didn't get a request. So, okay. Public hearing, education, and innovation to support for charter schools. Dr. Hunt.
Good afternoon, President Dr. Clyde, Vice President Masamoto, trustees, Superintendent Kofer, and Cabinet. Today's matter is a public hearing for the charter renewal petition for career technical education charter school, CTEC, submitted by County Superintendent Dr. Michelle Cantwell Kofer. The CTEC renewal petition was submitted to the FCSS Charter Committee on January 23rd, 2025. The renewal petition is for CTEC to continue operations as an Fresno County Board of Education authorized and locally funded charter for a 5-year term beginning July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030. The lead petitioner is Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Michelle Cantwell Kofer. The current and founding director of CTEC is John Delano. Each member of the county board has received a copy of the petition. The renewal petition is currently under review by the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools Charter Review Committee. A comprehensive staff report with recommendations will be completed and delivered to the board before the March 5th public release of the staff report and the March 20th FCBE board meeting. Mr. Delano and others are present today and will share with the board.
Okay, so as Mr. Delano comes up, the Fresno County Board, I have to read this, considers each charter position seriously in accordance with applicable bylaws. The purpose of this public hearing is for the board to receive public testimony regarding CTEC renewal charter petition. The testimony intended to provide the board with information regarding the level of support for the petition. The board shall consider the level of support for the petition by teachers, employees, parents, guardians of the charter school, and of the school district where the charter school petitioner proposes to operate or has operated. If any member of the public wishes to speak, please fill out the forms, which I have several. And the board has allotted 20 minutes for this. I can just tell you if we go over a little bit, not a problem. And to make the best use of allotted time, we've allotted 3 minutes per speaker, but try to keep it to that and try not to repeat what the person before you had mentioned, and just if you can make new points pertinent to the subject, great. That's the whole point. And also, when Mr. Delano's done, could you line up, and then I'll call a name so that things go faster if they're right there and can proceed. So, proceed.
Thank you. President Dr. Clyde, Vice President Masamoto, distinguished board, thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. It is a pleasure to represent Dr. Kofer as we bring CTEC to you once again. It's hard to believe 8 years ago we sat in this room with the vision of bringing CTEC alive, right? And to be in the situation that we are today, 8 years down the road, to be able to celebrate what has happened over those 8 years is something that I'm really excited to share with you. Never thought that when we stood here the first time and said, hey, this is what we were trying to create, we would have the results and the celebrations that we've had over the last 8 years that we've had. Today is an example, right? Skills USA, which we have now participated twice. And to have 20 students going to state finals, right, is unbelievable. And not only that, to have them all placed first and second, in all of the different categories that we went, just blows my mind. Seeing the aspects of having a fountain down on the bottom floor of this place and having our kids, Jacob Cavasso, who I believe is in here right behind me, right, be one of the individuals that have designed that. Building tiny houses that will be placed in the city of Fresno. As a partnership with the city of Fresno is something that our kids are recognizing, and not only the importance of learning a skill, but how those skills can impact our community. It's something that I never thought would really happen, right? And then you get to the point where we talk about test scores and we talk about, graduation rate and different things like that that really just blow my mind. It was absolutely never something that I thought would be able to be something that we would accomplish, let alone through COVID and everything else that we've been able to do. Just a few of those that I want to highlight to you and give you an idea. We are at right now, the graduating class last year of 2024, 80% of those kids got their associate's degree. I will tell you the current class right now is above that. We could possibly hit over 90% of our graduating class with associate's degree. That itself is a number that is unbelievable. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate that.
Bravo. That's fantastic.
Beyond that, we're not only just talking about getting your associate's degree, we're talking about kids being employed. That is a number that I can't imagine anywhere in the state of California, even in the nation, that can match what we have done. Having 55% of your graduating class have the opportunity to be employed in the fields that they've learned over the last 4 years is a number that it blows my mind. And so that's one of the exciting things. And that happens because of that 100% placement of off-campus internships. Having our kids have 16 hours of the ability to be in industry while at school is something that is unmatchable. And because of that, right, it tells you the impact that we've had in the partnerships with our industry partners, right? Manufacturing and construction. CTEC has become one of those, words in their mouths that it just makes sense. It makes sense to their future. It makes sense to the next generation of industry leaders, not only for them, but also for the city of Fresno, because we got recognized just a couple months ago, Manufacturing Weekend. A month. They asked for manufacturers to come, but they also asked for our school to represent, to have several of our students come up and be able to be recognized for what it is that they're providing in manufacturing. That in itself is something that is impressive. The next slide, I think, is important for everybody to know as well, right? There are schools that have been working on their test scores for years. We've had 3 testing years, and already we're in the top 6 in English out of 81 schools. We are 7th out of 81 schools in mathematics, and we are 4th in science. Those are numbers that are outrageous, and something that we get to really celebrate in the aspect of how we are teaching this integrated model, this expectation of bringing CTE into the math classrooms, into the English classrooms, into all of our science classrooms, has created a space for our kids to recognize the relevance of what it is that they're learning and why it is so important for what we are doing. Just to highlight another component of it is the growth that I want you guys to recognize is CTEC doesn't have feeder schools. We're pulling kids from all over the place. And when we pull kids from all over the place, their test scores are all over the place. And I think it's one of the things that is unique to say is that of our kids that have come up, 31 feeder schools scored higher on 4 out of 31 feeder scores, only 4 scored higher than CTEC. 33% of CTEC students attended scores that scored below 20% on meeting or exceeding the test scores. That in itself tells you that our kids have increased 28 plus points from junior high to high school. And I've been in high school, I've worked in high schools for a long time now. And in my previous schools, the goal was to get 3 to 4 extra points, right? We wanted to just see an increase. It wasn't a need of just we weren't looking for 28 points, we were looking for 3 or 4. And to see our kids make that kind of jump because of the way that we're teaching is something that is extremely unique.
Mr. Delano?
Yes.
Sorry. I can't see that.
Yeah, so Marcy, I'm going to explain that to you. Yeah, so what you see on this chart is an actual showing to you of every student that has come to CTEC. So our graduating class right now, right? So you're looking at a score on the CTEC side that tells you what CTEC score is. And if you go to the previous slide that is before it, I'll show it to you. This one right here, which is also a little bit difficult to see, but you should have it also on a PowerPoint as well.
Yeah, do we know what number?
Where is it?
There are only 864 pages to the packet.
Yes.
Okay,
You didn't get through all 800 of them yet?
29. Marcy is page
Brian, I'm so
29.
disappointed with you. So So if you look at our ELA test scores, which is this one right here that I've gone back to, right, you'll see that we are 82 points, right? That is what 82% of our kids have met or exceeded ELA standards. If you now go to that next board, right, what you're looking at there, those are all the students in their junior high grade, junior high. So those are the test scores that they had from the schools coming to us. So now all of a sudden you'll see that top bar, which is the green, which is 82, right? And then you'll see where all the students placed when they came into us, based off of the junior highs that they came to us at. You can see that it goes all the way down to 11, and it goes all the way up to, I believe it's a little small for me here, 96, I believe, right? And those are those individuals, so you could see like Kepler is one of our largest feeder schools. We usually get 7 to 8 students that come from just Kepler. So you can see where it would lie, that number of kids would be. So that percentage of students that are coming to us, right, that when I say that 90% of the CTEC students attended school, that with 62% or below, students meeting or exceeding, that means some kids came to us at 11%, some came at 12%, some came at 18%. And now at the point when they've taken the test with us, they are now at 82%. That tells you the success that we've been able to have with our testing. And so that's one of those things that we're really uniquely excited about, right? That we created a school not specifically that focuses on testing. We focus on a school that taught kids skills about integration and understanding the importance of relevance within what it is that they're teaching, right? And these kids all of a sudden recognized, right, at the same aspect of it, is that relevance made them good test takers, made them an opportunity to problem solve through the things that they're doing to be successful on the test. And I think that's an exciting thing for us. The last thing I want to communicate is that the county office has invested into CTEC for many years, with the understanding that CTEC at some point would have the ability to fund itself. I'm excited to say that we are very close to that. Next year, we will be at $142,000 that is coming out of Dr. Kofer's budget. After that, we will be able to cover that on our own. That will be because of the staff, because of the student population that we will be able to receive. We are currently at 117 students that are signed up for CTEC next year. That is a number we've never reached before. It is also early. We receive about 5 each week. So we will have our first lottery in April to be able to do that. So we're excited about our freshman group. We're also excited that group will also expand to what our sophomore group will look like as well. So that just want to give you a heads up of where we're at. We're excited to be here today. We're excited for the next 5 years as well. Thank you.
Great job.
Okay. Yeah.
School.
And instead of saving shuffle time, just tell me who wants to be first and I'll pull your card. Oh, we do. All right. Rachel Groff? Okay, cool.
Good afternoon, you guys. Thank you for having us here today. If you haven't met me, my name's Rachel. I'm the vice principal at CTEC. And I just want to share briefly from a parent and an administrator point of view what a blessing and exciting place CTEC is to be for me. My son enrolled in CTEC as a freshman, and I knew John at the time and heard about all the great things that were going on, but I was able to witness it firsthand. My son has unique learning ability or unique learning needs. He doesn't have an IEP or a 504, but at CTEC he was able to get those needs met in a way that I haven't ever seen as a parent. And that was something that immediately drew me to CTEC. I came from Sanger. I was an instructional coach in Sanger. I've seen a lot of schools and performance, and CTEC is a very unique place. What drew me there was the excitement of CTE. I'm a kind of a science instruction nerd, and I love that aspect of CTEC, but I just feel really fortunate to be there. We have a stellar staff. As an administrator and like kind of running the instructional end of things, I think that's probably what I could say the most about CTEC is we have amazing teachers. And I hear that from students over and over and over and over again, that they love their teachers. They invest in their kids, they make time, they stay after school, they come before school. It's an investment that I have not seen at any other high school before. A lot of high school teachers are on the clock, they leave at 3:05 every day. Coaches accepting, right? But there's a lot of teachers usually at a high school, and I would say there's a rare exception of teachers at CTEC who don't invest those hours, who don't offer extra tutoring, who don't offer extra support, who really truly bend over backwards to support their students. So from a parent and administrator point of view, just wanted to give a shout out for CTEC and just what an amazing influence it's had on both my son and myself. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Okay, Deborah Riley?
I want to piggyback off of Rachel really quick and then I'll do my little speech, but we should have a 504 for our son as well. But CTEC has met us where we are, and because of what he wants to do in the future, the 504 could possibly hinder that. My name is Deborah Riley, and my son is a junior at CTEC High School. 3 years ago, my husband and I were completely hopeless as we considered where our son would begin high school. My husband suggested we talk to CTEC. We laid it all out to John Delno, all of the ugly things and the heartbreaking things we had already been through. Our son didn't fit into the box, plus he was struggling with mental health. John told us that our son had a place at CTEC, and we uneasily decided that is where he would go. It was our last choice before moving out of the area, and our expectations were low. We didn't know if or how our son would be able to handle dual enrollment on top of just getting through the day, but the program was already planned out for him. Within the first few weeks of school starting, we were in crisis mode and needed mental health beyond what our son was already receiving outside of school. I was pleasantly surprised at how CTEC handled the problems we were already struggling with, and they still wanted and accepted him as a student. We were in constant contact with John and Stephanie, as well as the school psychologist and the freshman academic team. Every teacher he had was looped in and worked with us beyond measure. Every year we have known each of his teachers and what their expectations are. They contact us when necessary and when it's not necessary, even letting us know when he's doing great. I appreciate that the teachers and admin are always there as backup cushion, but allow the students to handle their own lives. There was a time not long ago that my husband and I went to John because we could tell our child was upset about something and wouldn't open up to us. John was already aware of what was going on, but was unable to share with us what it was about. He did, however, share with us that he had already talked to him about whatever it was and had been checking in with him and reassured us that he was safe. John's word was enough to put our worries to rest. I don't know what would have become of our son without CTEC. I know that if he was attending the impacted high school he's assigned to in the highly esteemed district we live in, that he would have fallen through the cracks. I know CTEC isn't for every student, but it is for our student. As a parent, I feel like every teacher was handpicked specifically for this school. I know that John and his staff know every family and cater to meet each student where they are, and that's priceless in the world we live in. Our son is thriving now. His grades are good. His relationships are healthy. He's participating in sports and even had a summer job. I know my son is going to be able to deal with real life when he graduates because CTEC has gone the extra mile to prepare these kids to live in the world. I know my son will be successful because he has a solid academic foundation. I know my son will be an understanding and empathetic adult because of his experience with both good and bad. My son is also on track to graduate with his AS from Fresno City College as he graduates high school in 2026. Lastly, I know that CTEC saved my son's life his freshman year because they surrounded him with love and acceptance and support, and they provided a safe place for him to go every day. I know we're not the only parents that feel this way. We are so thankful for the opportunity CTEC has afforded our son, and I hope that CTEC will be here to share this unique experience with students in the years to come.
Thank you, Deborah. Okay, Jeanette, social?
Hi, my name is Jeanette, and I appreciate being able to come here and talk. Are you guys able to hear me? I'm tall, so I just want to make sure the mic works. Before enrolling at CTEC, I homeschooled my talented neurodivergent freshman son off and on for a few years because he struggled significantly in our previous school district, Clovis Unified. While at Clovis, despite my efforts to reteach material at home, the sacrifice of much needed downtime combined with the lack of effective school support made it challenging for him to thrive. Socially, he wasn't growing, and his attempts to cope with the hypersensitivity overwhelm he experienced at school was refused to be understood by many teachers. Instead of receiving the regulatory support for it outlined in his IEP, he was frequently disciplined by gen ed teachers for behaviors that were simply a result of his disability. While here and there we encountered well-intentioned team members, their support never fully translated to his daily school experiences. This was traumatic for both myself and for my son. At CTEC, the experience has been completely different. The teachers, classroom support staff, administration, and IEP team work together as a cohesive unit. And it shows in how his regulatory accommodations, complex as they are implemented. His teachers not only support him, but also hold him accountable, recognizing his potential. Beyond academics, what stands out most is the school's commitment to fostering friendships and creating a positive environment. For the first time, my son has a social life at school and isn't constantly bullied. While issues naturally arise, CTEC actively addresses them, creating a space where my son and others can thrive. The friendships he has built at CTEC have had a positive impact on his confidence and overall well-being, making him feel okay to come to school. Once. My experience with Clovis raised concerns about their lack of true teamwork and positivity. At CTEC, I've observed how the integrated, accessible curriculum with an emphasis on real-world application, group work, and presentations is helping my son and his peers grow in adaptive and meaningful ways. At the end of the first semester, the school held an evening event where students presented their group projects. As I walked around the room, I should mention team projects. As I walked around the room, I was impressed by the well-spoken students. Freshman teams shared their projects confidently, and everyone on each team contributed and spoke about their group project. Considering that students come from all over Fresno County and that there are no special grade or behavior requirements for enrollment, this level of achievement is truly remarkable. These experiences are vital in preparing my son for life beyond school. For years, having a school where I truly felt comfortable sending him seemed like an unrealistic fantasy, especially after our past experiences with our home school district. Not homeschool, but our locals. I am incredibly grateful for the opportunities CTEC provides him and for the dedication of its whole staff to success for my son and for all their students.
Thank you. Okay, Jenny.
Hi, I'm Jenny. I'm Jenny Plum. I have 3 students who have benefited from CTEC, and I have very similar stories, but Dr. Clyde said don't repeat, so I'm going a different way. When Jeff Hunt met with parents, he asked a question that I will repeat to you. What would you say to a parent if they wanted to send their children to CTEC? And then also, I want to address, what do you get out of it? And I can only offer my 3 children. So my son was in the first graduating class, and he is thriving. Through his internship, he worked with precision engineering. And as I gave him more and more, he ended up working on projects for Chuck Chansey Resort, designing ball fields for them, their campgrounds. He did most of the design as a high schooler. He worked on parks, industrial buildings, apartments. Again, was able to do most of the designs. Now he's at Cal Poly Pomona in their landscape architect program. He has about the rest of the semester and another to graduate, plans to come back to the Valley and use those skills here, and he is flying. He said, because of CTEC, it is the most cake program ever. And I know it's not a cake program. Most of his classmates are struggling. So he will be reinvesting back in Fresno County. So there's one. My daughter is a senior, and I have now 2 girls. Why should they go to a tech school? Well, my daughter is a senior, and she is student body vice president. She's captain on the robotics team, and she has not a tech bone in her body. She has never touched that robot. But what she does is all the soft skills that she also plans to reinvest back in Fresno County and stay. She is on the business team, she plans events, she does scouting and strategy. The soft skills that CTech offers, even if you're not a tech person, is something that we would want for our students, and she plans to be an educator. So, and then work in our schools. And then my youngest is as freshman now at CTech, and she is special ed. And so her one goal in seeing her older students was to be able to become an advocate enough for herself and be able to excel enough that she could take college classes and graduate with her AA. She is doing just great. She's getting straight A's. But I do want to say that CTech is perfect for special ed kids, 504 kids. At one point, she had quite an extensive IEP. But it's so built into CTech that she's not even aware she's using those accommodations, because if she needs direction simplified or chunking or more time, they work with the students. And we all said how the teachers work with the students. They know them intimately, they validate them, they care about them. And so she's reaching a level of rigor. She's getting A's in her college classes, is not struggling. She's reaching a level of rigor that is unheard of for special ed students. I know because I am a school administrator of 2 other charters, and so it's something that I wish we could do as well. And so I'm so proud of CTech because, again, she wants to do something like civil engineering. She's also on the robotics team. She definitely is on the fab team, designing the robot, learning CAD and all those systems, electrical systems, and is thriving. So she wants to come back and invest as well as an engineer or an architect or something like that. So CTech is working, and they are doing what they set out to do, which was the goal, make jobs for an industry that is losing jobs. And my 3 children are just an example of how it's actually working, and they will be back working in Fresno County.
Yeah. Lisa?
Hello, my name is Tessa Gleason. I graduated at CTech in 2023, and I, after school, worked at where I interned as a drafter, an architectural drafting firm, and then I recently left that. I'm working at the EOP program back at CTech and going to school. I'm going to do Fresno State in the fall to be a CTE or FFA teacher going into agriculture education. CTech provides lots of opportunities for kids, whether they want to go to college or not. I think the big thing about CTech is that they are providing life skills to students, whether that's having a job right outside, having a skill that needs to be used. Those jobs are not going to go away. And even if they're not getting their associate's degree or not returning, going to a university, they have a job and a skill. They have public speaking skills after that, have job skills, certifications, working with teachers, doing competitions. All that stuff adds into what we need for a daily life. So I found value in the education in this field for helping students find the path that they want to do and a passion and be able to have a job and benefit from that in the future. And now my sister's going there, so I'm excited to see what path she's going to take with it, because there's many different options or ways you can go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Hernandez. I'm a second-year apprentice in the Local 100 IBEW, electrician. CTech, definitely say, was a major helpful stepping stone into getting into the apprenticeship, because for one, that associate's degree, even if like I would say, even if construction or any STEM field you're not planning to get into it, just having that associate's degree shows that an employer that you're willing to sit down and sit in a classroom and meet deadlines, work on team projects, whatnot. And even then, on the other side, what CTech helped provide or helped me prepare into getting to this apprenticeship was a lot of like the construction related aspects, was showing me how to use a lot of basic tools. Job site, to be honest, ain't much different from a high school class. So, we're much difference there. But yeah, it's a great opportunity. I would say, I'll be honest, I weren't really a model student. I would say I was a troublemaker. Mr. Dillon actually was patient with me, took the time to help me, push through that. And, I had to do summer school, and a lot of the, especially in math, I struggled with math, and they were very patient and helpful and always answered questions. Whenever I needed help, they were there. I think that was like real big, helped me get to where I need to be. And, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for anyone, especially to get into their desired construction field or whatever. Yeah, thank you.
Great
Thank you.
job.
Nathaniel, can you stay there? I want to ask you a few questions. Ask you a few questions.
Hot mic.
I want you guys to know getting into the IBEW apprentice program is not easy.
That's right.
It is a long waiting list unless you are highly qualified.
Yeah.
And my other question to you will be, if you're a troublemaker at school, have you ever sat in the chair?
Oh, I'm well acquainted with the chair.
There's a homework assignment on the wall behind that chair, right? At the IBEW?
Oh, he hasn't been in that chair.
You haven't been in that chair, have you?
In the JATC?
Yeah. There's a homework assignment that someone sent in from a foreign country, because that's how important homework assignments are there, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes. So I want people to know, the IBEW is an intense program, and it is not easy to get to the top of that list to get in with how young you are.
So
I tell you, congratulations. I've been there.
Yes.
I've been to their training center. I've met with them about how to bring more students there. And it is I will tell you, it is a great accomplishment to be accepted into their apprenticeship program.
I was a top 20 out of 130 applicants.
Yeah.
Actually, what really helped me was that college degree. I was one of 4 people that actually even have a college degree.
There you go.
That really bumped me up in the list over people who had already been through a CW apprenticeship. They have 5-6 years of experience above me, but I was chosen over them. So
You got
my
the
credentials.
paper, so you can make the paper.
Thank you.
That's what I say. It's a long waiting list usually. People wait for 4 and 5 years.
Since we're taking a quick break, Tisha, you plan on going to Fresno State in an agriculture-related field?
Agriculture education. There's a one-subject credential, so you can get your credential, and I can transfer in the fall. And as a junior at Fresno State with the associate's degree that I have, so it'll be a year of the ag program and a year of the credential.
Okay, I'm urging you to look at our foundation at FCOE website under scholarships. And my wife and I put a scholarship up that you might be interested in.
Indeed. Very good. One more.
Okay,
We got
11?
One more student.
Are you 11 or Elias?
Elias.
Elias.
Hi, my name is Elias Lorio. I'm currently a senior there at CTEC, and I'm taking part in their welding program. So I'd have to say that CTEC has opened many doors for me. It's way different than any other school, any other regular school that I would have been to. I joined CTEC as a sophomore. I came from a homeschool program, and I've always been a hands-on learner. Like always liked working with tools, always liked getting my hands dirty basically and working. And that's something that the homeschool program I was in didn't offer. And once I saw CTEC on the news, it interested me. And then I joined looking for something different, looking for something that I felt could tailor my needs. And when I got accepted and I joined in, it was exactly what I was looking for. It was something different, something you don't see every day. And it was just something that tailors to different people in different ways. Like I joined in, I had no idea like what welding was or that I'd be a big part of the welding team. And now as a senior, I participated in the Skills USA competition a couple weeks ago, and my team was one of the teams that took first place. And not only there, but many other competitions we do. We're there at CTEC early in the morning, late at night, getting ready, preparing, and developing those skills that we need for the future. Like I'm looking to get into the welding field, looking to join the sheet metal union. Joining the sheet metal union, which I've had a lot of experience working with. Like I mentioned earlier, the fist that we got to work on, that was all completely made out of sheet metal. And everything that we've learned has been taught to us by our instructor, Mr. Cavazos, and he's going to help me get into the sheet metal union once I graduate. Because to be honest, I've never been one big on sitting in a classroom and learning. Like I said, I'm a hands-on learner, so I've never really liked schooling. But I feel this has opened a door that and made me realize that there's way more than just being there sitting in a classroom. It's showed me that the CTE program will help me to learn and develop my skills that I need for the future by putting me in those situations that I will be in the field, like being there in those competitions. We've been told that those are like actual job sites. We go out there, we set up and we work, and we put out projects that would be done in the field. And it's all just amazing work that I feel is preparing me for my future there, because it's not in my plan to go to college. I plan on going straight to the union, which there I could further develop my skills, not only physical, but I know I will be educated. And I just hope that CTEC gives me that extra boost. Just like Nathaniel said, it helped him to get ahead. So I'm hoping it opens the same door for me and gives me that opportunity to get ahead and advanced.
Great job.
Thank you.
One question, because I gave you the prompt. Tell us about what the FIS received.
Oh, I did forget to mention that, but the FIS that we talked about earlier, we actually placed first at the Big Fresno Fair. We entered into a competition, and we took 2 first-place ribbons for that one. We entered it and we got Best in Show and another one that I'm not completely sure on what it was, but we took that first-place ribbon too. And it just shows, like, when you put time and effort into a project, it will pay off.
Bravo.
Okay, now we got 11. Okay.
Okay. So I'm here kind of representing a bit of the opposite end of Elias. I was on the same team developing the fist as him, but I was more on the design side. I'm going to be aiming to pursue more of a traditional educational path. I'm going to be going to a 4-year university to study engineering. And on the FIST project, I took a scan of a hand and a fist. I used software to turn that into a model that we could actually fabricate, and then our talented fabricators brought it into reality. So I represent the sort of the other end of the technical, the digital side. Mr. Delano, I believe, called me here today because of a passage I wrote. In one of my college essays, I had written that my main goal in finding a college for myself was being able to find a college that lived up to what CTEC had offered me. And I can confidently say that even through this entire search, I've sent all my applications, I've done everything that needs to be done, I'm just waiting now. But I haven't found a perfect place that I feel as excited to go to as CTEC. At CTEC, I've been able to, I've gotten 5 industry-level professional certifications in CAD. I've done several competitions. I've been able to develop skills. I've been able to develop myself as well. I started as a pretty shy kid, I'd say freshman year, and I've been able to grow into pretty outgoing, pretty extroverted. I've played sports. I've been on manufacturing teams, and I think there's nowhere else I possibly could have gone than CTEC that has been able to give this for me. And I hope that one of the schools I applied to is going to live up to the reputation. And I've applied to Fresno State and Fresno City, but I've also want to try to test my foot in the waters of schools like Stanford, MIT, and Princeton. And hopefully it all works out.
They're nothing compared to Fresno State. I would urge you, if you go to Fresno State, also look on our website.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because especially with your engineering focus.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Bravo. Great job.
No one else? Sure. We all know who you are.
Based off everything I've heard, what everyone's been saying about CTEC so far, I've come to a conclusion that CTEC is just such a beautiful place for students who thrive in learning and want to pursue learning and showcase their true potential. And another reason for that being is just our CTEC staff. I've heard a lot of people talk about the staff at CTEC, and it just seems like the staff has really molded our students at CTEC. They really molded them into showcasing their true potential and what kind of impact they can have on their community and their lives as well. It's really breathtaking to see all these people talking all this good about CTEC. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Nice, bravo.
Okay, before I close the public hearing, though we don't deliberate, make a decision on today's meeting at all, but the board has the option of asking questions for clarification and maybe explanation, so that everyone knows through what we take into consider for our decision-making process. So I'll open it up to questions.
I'll ask one. And it's mostly prompted on the fact that I met an 8th grader that our Rotary Club was honoring today for the character trait of integrity, who said, I intend to go to CTEC next year. So, my question is, explain to us, I know in the past you haven't had a lottery. So how is that admissions process working or going to work this year?
Yes.
Knowing you've got more applicants now.
At that point, right? So I'll give it to you. We always have two. So technically, we have a lottery every year. But when we don't have 120 students, then everybody makes the lottery, right? Type of thing. We had our first one in January, and that's our first group of kids that have already accepted their accepted their enrollment and start the registration process. Then we reopen it up again, right? It's now kind of closed for those new students, and we're accepting and creating new applications. At the completion in April, we'll have that second lottery. And if we are over 120, the lottery is really deciphered based off a couple different things. There are components that can allow a student to have easier access into our program, connected to FCSS, connected to an industry partner, or having a student at CTEC. So if you've got a family member at CTEC, you work for FCSS, or you're somehow connected to one of our industry partners like BETS, P&M, Strategic Mechanical, you name it, right? If they have a child that wants to get in as well, they automatically go to the higher level of being able to be accepted. Once they've gone through that acceptance, right, we go through the lottery. Those individuals get first choice of getting in. Once those have done, now we go through the process of the lottery for everybody else. If we get to that 120 and I have 20 other students that are now waiting for a spot, we then put them on a waiting list. And that waiting list then was opened when all of a sudden we now communicate to families like, hey, you've got 2 weeks to make your decision, because at 2 weeks we were going to open it up for those other students if you choose not to. And so that allows us to keep filling it up through the process of what we're doing. That answer?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so with regards to the budget, and I asked this question before, because my main concern is, of course, seeing the budget go down in terms of like how much is used from the general fund. But my concern was really in terms of like where was the funds taken from to get to that number, and then once you guys are self-sustaining and all of that, I just want to make sure the quality of education isn't being affected by trying to meet those, financial requirements. So I know it was answered to me before, but I just want you to maybe talk a little bit about it so that it could reassure some of our parents as well.
Yeah, so the 104, so the great thing is we've made a lot of cuts in the last several years to try to get our numbers down, and we've still been very successful in what we're doing. That just puts a little bit on our shoulders, right? So I'm director and counselor, right? And I'm also coach, type of thing. So we create those components where we're like, all right, how do we fill in on this aspect? When those funds begin to really come in, if you look 4 years down the road, 5 years down the road, we're making about $800,000 with our ADA. That opens up the door for us to bring in other individuals like a counselor that we lost in a year ago, right? Those additional individuals allows us to not only support, but also start creating even more opportunities to support the kids through the process, right? Type of thing. Right now, those fundings are coming from the general budget, just like we're like any other department here at FCSS, right? That there is general funds that are supported within it to be able to provide. just like any school as well within Fresno County. If I was running a sports program in Sanger, there's general ed budgets that are provided to support some of those things. If I had a band, right, a lot of those funding that help with the band are things that come from the general budget to help support what is taking place, because what kids can learn and what kids can be supported in is hugely important, and that's kind of how we've gone through the process. Did I?
And I think part of it too was in that, because one of our students expressed that they would have liked to have a counselor. They want that again, right? And so in looking at like what was the cost of losing them versus keeping them and all of that, and the equipment, I mean, when I toured, I was like, oh my God, this is like top of the line equipment that they're using. So I'm sure it's very, very costly. And then that too is, I believe I was told some of the cuts that happened were also in maybe the amount of competitions that they went to. You guys, can you touch on that? And then
so
also
we've cut some of the field trips that we've taken in the past. A lot of times what we would do with we do our showcases, right? We have our integrated projects every year. Usually what we would have done in the beginning of each of those integrated projects, we connected to something in the community, which leads them out to understand how does this integrated project connect to the community. Right now, we've cut some of those things back, brought individuals onto our campus. We just had to rethink the process of what we were doing in order to make some of those things happen. The counseling position is probably about $152,000, something very similar to about where we're at now. And so that's the addition of about $300,000, right, within the aspect of where we would be. There are grants that we're looking at to try to, to help support that. We applied for the community school grant. If we get that grant, that'll help with the possibility of bringing that position back. But in order to try to meet the need of the board of what they were asking in regards to trying to get to that negative, right, contribution, some of those changes had to be made. I'm a counselor, so I started out as a counselor. Marcy knows, when I started out at Sanger, I was a counselor first, then assistant principal, right, running a program, developing programs very similar to what we have here, which led me to the situation of being able to do something unique like this and creating this program. So when I had the choice of providing a counselor or an assistant principal that would help support our teachers, I chose the assistant principal over the counselor, which was difficult. Partly because, okay, if I'm going to share a role, I'd much rather share that role as a counselor. I'd say I'm a better counselor than I'm a director. But in that aspect, right, that's just something that I made the choice because we felt in order for our scores to continue to grow, in order to give the support, because we have CTE teachers that are coming from industry, right, and they need somebody that's been in the classroom, at a completely different level, who's been supporting teachers over and over district-wise, at all types of different levels, that I felt that's what complemented what my skills were in order to be successful here at CTEC, right, type of thing. So I fill in as the counselor as of right now until I have got somebody that can, when I'm gone or I'm having to present here at a board or different things like that, we've got the individuals to do that, right, type of thing. But as a whole, that's the next step. We're hoping within a year, 142 is next year, the following year, which is us in the positive, also includes a counselor in that budget.
Well, thank you for that. And I think that was my main concern in seeing numbers, because of course it's so drastic. And I said, well, where's the money then being cut from, right? And another question that I asked was the involvement of parents in being able to provide feedback and suggestions and all of that. And I heard very positive things. And I think what I would also advise like parents and stuff to keep an eye out on if certain cuts and things that are happening with the budget are impacting the quality of education of your children, your students, right? Because that's where where I am very much about, sure, we want to cut our budget, but also not to be at the cost of the quality of education, because clearly that's what's been the focus and what's bringing our students to the level of education that they have now and why they value this school so much. So thank you.
Appreciate that. And I'll just to give clarification, that 800 to 142 isn't cuts that we're making. The cuts that we've had in this previous years, right, are things that we've done to try to bring out that cost. But that 800 to 142 is really increase of enrollment, right? That isn't cuts that we're making. That's enrollment increasing. That's us releasing, or graduating, I wouldn't say releasing, right? Kicking out, whatever way we're right? That's the smaller groups that we didn't have. Like we started this school a year before COVID, right? COVID hit second year, and then there wasn't things like vintage days and other ways to connect to your community to really, enlist people into our program. So it was very difficult for us to enroll, to keep building our program. So during COVID, we had smaller classes of 65 because nobody knew about CTEC. And so those graduating classes of 48 are now being replaced with a class of 120. And that increase of 80 kids, right, is what is helping us really hit that target of getting to 142. And then when next year's class of about 60, which will probably be about 55 that graduate, and that's probably because you lose 4 or 5 kids, choosing that this is not where I want to go to school, not because they're not going to graduate, but because of choices that they make to go elsewhere, things like that. That additional class graduating, another 120 students come in. Now we're talking 400 students at CTEC rather than 285, type of thing. So that helps out as well. Hopefully I understand. Anything else?
Fantastic job as always.
Thank you. Can I just say?
And I just want to say I appreciate moving towards the future of being self-sufficient and seeing that and laying that out. And thank you very much for hearing us.
I appreciate it. And I want you to hear what I heard and in the aspect of what it was. One of the unique things about CTEC is we're not pushing I remember being a counselor at Sanger High when and I believed everybody needed to go to college, right? We pushed everybody to college.
Career ready.
Career ready, yes. Right? College and career
ready. Career ready.
It was
That's
the
what we talked.
expectation.
Yes.
Now we have a great place that understands that getting a job in industry right off the blaze is an outstanding opportunity for our kids, and we've got a ton of kids that do that. We have kids like Nate, who I love him to death. He's a success.
Yes, indeed.
We battled, right, Nate? I remember the times in my office where we battled. Right?
Well, that's that tough love. That's what we give.
That was part of it,
Yeah.
and now Nate is a huge success.
Indeed,
I
he
love
is.
him to death, and I get to see how successful he was, and that's kids going into apprenticeships. And then we got kids like Levon and everybody else, right, that are looking to be engineers. We have a school that is unique in the aspect all 3 of those things are great opportunities for our kids in our community. And it's not only just great for these kids, but it is a model for the schools that are around us. And we're beginning to see schools modeling it and doing parts of it. And that's because of the visions of our superintendents that have said this is what it really matters. And it's because the board has supported it over the years to be a part of that too. So thank you for allowing us to be a part of this, allowing me to be a part of it, and where we get to go for the next 5 years possibly.
And then just thank you to the parents for the love letters, because that's what it was, love letters that you shared with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Brian?
Well, and I think you said, is it 118 you have so far for next year?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
great.
That's pretty amazing. Compared to, 4 or 5 years ago, and it was kind of that COVID, and how do you reach out to those students? How do they really get a hold of it? There's certainly opportunity for expansion to continue. And that's kind of where I see you guys continuing to grow, continue to take more financial control of your own destiny out there, and then that will allow you to offer even more programs as your enrollment numbers continue to come up. And that's the item. As I remember sitting in our budget and talking about the $800,000 and where does that come, and industry partners that you guys have, and of course, I had to step out for a moment because I still do have a job.
Yep.
Itzy was talking about equipment, and equipment refreshes are going to be coming.
Yep.
Because things only last so long, and going to the bell for those industry partners, for where those enrollments come from, and returning students, and having those returning students be able to come and say to industry partners, I was able to enter the apprenticeship early. I became a draftsman straight out of high school. I became an engineer. I know Dr. Hunt, I think your daughter went there, but I think she went to Berkeley. Oh, she went to Fresno State. Oh, I thought maybe she was going to Berkeley. But she's a Fresno State an engineering student. Things like that is showing those success stories when you go to those industry partners and are asking them for those technology refreshes and those items. I want to commend you guys on your robotics team. I know that's been mentioned here a few times. I have a few friends who are on Bird Brains who are advisors to them. And I've got some really close friends who are out in Madeira. I won't mention those people. But I can tell you both those teams have issued immense compliments to CTEC. And it's a competition, but it's a
family.
It's a family. And I've heard many commentaries at group activities and competitions of, we're from out of town, our stuff broke, we didn't know what to do, and this school here in Fresno, CTEC, we were able to use their facilities, 3D print parts that night at their school, and how much they helped out. And I didn't know what a swerve drive was before that, and things like that. And so learning those items and just hearing really the camaraderie that they built. I want to commend you guys on your efforts to kind of become that full charter school independence and to move towards that. And thank you for the high quality of teachers that you recruited. It's not easy probably to have a school basically of all dual credentialed teachers that can teach college coursework.
Yep.
And get those. And of course, one of the biggest things I think a few years ago, I think test scores were a big item, and I know that you have, I'm going to say with the assistance of some people, I think Dr. Lira has been sort of involved, and you guys have done a heavy lift of focusing on academics and really shown some huge gains there that I'm sure that every school district in Fresno would be, how do we get that many points back post-COVID as quickly? And of course, it all comes down to the dollars and cents, and you guys are doing a great job of moving towards that.
Appreciate it. Culture is a huge deal, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of schools forget how important culture is. And that really is what we drove our school on, was how do we help develop the character of students.
The pillars aren't just for the students, they're for the staff too.
I was going to say, I remember when we were trying to build the cafeteria so that we had somewhere to place you all. Are any of you familiar with that, or was that before your time? Yeah, see, you came on campus and had a beautiful building. The ones that preceded you, we were scrambling. Where are they going to eat lunch? So we've been on this ride with you since fruition, and we love CTEC, and we're here to support, and you're doing a fantastic job. The presentation of all the students today was stellar. As always, the program is stellar. I can't wait for my grandson to get of age so he can enter in, so he can be as stellar as everyone else is, and I'm just so excited. The presentation is always excellent. The students are excellent, and good for you. And you heard what I said. When you get the paper, that's when you make the paper, and you found it to be true, didn't you? Because you have your AA degree. Fantastic. You're living the dream. Thank you.
Okay, I want just to point out some clarification things that this board has to consider that doesn't always include what's in the 800-plus page thing. First of all, I'm a big vocational ed. Mike Rose, an idol. I really focus on what he's doing nationally. And as far as the test scores that you have, I mean, you have done super duper well. In the 3 categories, you're at 70% on the language and the science, 48 on the math. I'd like to see that improve, but that's really not my bag up here. And even if a student doesn't even go to the college, I think there's every indication of the way that we can measure kids now is with test scores, that there's no reason to not expect they could do better if they had a 70% on their math in industry than a 48. So that's just kind of like the push that I'd like to see the math score up. But like I said, that's not really up to this board. This board has really two areas, and that is as a charge, and that is the real estate. We are the title holders, us 5 are the title holders of the real estate within the County Office of Education. That includes the CTEC, that includes this building, et cetera. And our expectation is to use it to the best interest of the 206,000 kids in this county with public money as entrusted into us. And the other one is the budget. We legally have a yay or nay on the budget. And 2 years ago, CTEC was 1.6 million in the hole. And then last year, where this really got excited, is when it was down to 820, and I was shocked that it was still even that. Because with CTEC, the facility, I was the only board member, in fact, the superintendent wasn't even here, when we bought that and named it Kermit Coons. And that was from a church group. And since then, it's morphed into here, and I'm the only board member. And yeah, and that was here when we created CTEC 7 years ago. I think it was 7 years ago. And
8.
No, 7. You've been 7 years operating, right?
We're on the 8th year.
You're gonna come up. Anyway, and so it was, and we've put about $11 million into the facility, and we now has to come to the facilities. I'm not advocating anything different, but I am saying that that facility could generate on the open market about $1 million a year in rent easily, and CTEC gets it for free. And I'm not advocating, I'm just informing what that money could go to year over year for the other 206,000 kids, or thankfully, $1 million equals 1% on a across the board 1,600 employee pay raise as a 1%. I'm not advocating that. I'm just explaining what we look at as far as the board in charge of facilities. And even if we were to vacate it, which I'm not advocating it, and sold it on the open market, it's a $25 million gain we would get easily to put it towards the 206,000 kids. So I'm just letting you know what the board has to consider. I'm not saying we're going to change anything. I'm just saying, letting you know the way things really are. Secondly, is with the budget items, the 142, you said, projected for 25, 26. I mean, that's a big fall from where it was before, granted. I mean, warp speed, we're getting there. And honestly, if you're getting 5 kids average inquiries per week, we still have, 4 months? 3.5, 4 months?
A max of 120 still.
But what I meant is time-wise.
The goal is to hit the
Yeah, and so I mean, if you hit 400 kids, that's $6 million a year, basically, in revenue. And that, to get, just 10 more kids, there's your 150,000. So what I'm saying is you're close. You're getting there. And I would like to see an update so that we don't get into constantly feeding out of the general fund money that could be used to the 206,000 kids. See where we're coming from? And so those are things that we have to consider, because what we don't want to get into is any kind of a non-compliance if they keep tapping the general fund, which would be a bunch of legal fights, which would be, we'd have to get our own lawyers. Dr. Cofer would have to get her own lawyer, because Jason and our staff they'd have to bow out of it due to conflict problems. It's just a mess. It would be costly, and I don't want to go there. So all I'm asking is some assurance that you guys will be revenue neutral, preferably with a 3% state required revenue reserve, because there's going to be economic uncertainties. And also in your budget, you didn't address if federal money is at risk. And I know that's used for the at-risk youth and the foster kids and all that. That's $70,000, I think.
So we talked federal funding, and I brought that up to you, right? That at this point, at a risk. If our president makes the decision to remove federal funding, that would increase that $142,000, about $70,000. I don't have the budget in front of me.
Yeah, it's close to 70.
Mr. Otto, could you help me out with that?
Yes, in section 14.4, the federal revenue is for this year's 205, next year 251,000.
Okay, so that just tells you there's nothing I can do if President Trump decides to make a decision to Title I funds nutrition funds, special education funds were to be stopped. It doesn't look that that's going to be the case. That's the goal, that that wouldn't be the case, but that would be the situation, right? And the goal is to figure out, like, we don't know how the state would respond to that, whether they would change their budget as well to try to make up for it. There are all those things that come into play. Those are the uncertainties of what we don't know. I do know, and I just want to make sure you're aware of it, right? That number that we can get to this year, right, is set by the petition. Right? That 120, I can't get 130 students. So an additional 10 students, I can't get closer to that 400 this year. There is a max amount of what I can accept as a freshman, and there is a max amount that I can accept as a sophomore. And we will push both of those to get to 120. We get to 120, we've hit those maxes of what we do. That's why that 142 is kind of like that's a pretty for sure number, unless I all of a sudden find other grant funds to be able to get there, right? That's where we are, like any other department, asking my boss to say, hey, help me fund the band, right? And my school has got the band. It may not be a band, but it is going to be the programs that we provide here at CTEC. The following year, that's another additional 120 students. That's why all of a sudden you will see it dropped off completely with the addition of a counselor and an additional teacher, and also being in the green.
Yeah, and that's just where you're going, a graduating class of 55, a new class of 118.
Absolutely.
And so you're making that up. And so each year as you bring those, you're making that as that smaller class is attritioning out, and then the larger class is replacing them. And
Correct.
so that's where you get those gains of
Thank you.
like 70, 80 students is ADA like 15 or something like that?
That's why you can see a change of 800 to 142,000, right? Because that big increase of enrollment makes a big difference. And then following year, that increases again. And now all of a sudden, we're almost doubling our numbers of students, right?
Yeah.
Maxing 400. I know you brought up 200 and something students within the county.
206,000.
If you remember Mr. Becker, who is not here, he ultimately communicated that site can only fit so many students, and us fitting 466 is what I communicated. He's even questioning whether I can fit 466.
I think it's more like 400, maybe 425.
So just
really.
recognizing that,
Yeah.
like, if everything goes great and we have these students, that's what we can put, that's the expectation.
Yeah, and
right?
that's
But
where
at the same point,
us recognizing that if you, basically for every 10 kids, it's about 150,000. So
Yep.
if you go from a 55 to 120, I mean, of course, I'm no mathematician, but that sounds like about 70 kids to me, maybe.
Yep. The 55 kids keep me awake at night. The 120 kids, I sleep like a baby, right? Type of thing.
And so,
That's
I
the
mean,
goal.
that's 7 times 150,000. That's a pretty good piece of increased funding because you have those additional students, and that's how that percentage comes down so much.
And if I may, to honor the parents that are here and work so hard with their students. I know that you brought up the federal funding. I guarantee you that regardless of what those outcomes are, we have very professional, invested teachers, as our students have shared with testimonials, and you as well, that will continue to be invested regardless of what those outcomes are. So thank you for being here. We appreciate your time, and thank you to John as well. I just wanted to make sure that the parents don't leave uneasy with that in mind, that we will continue to work just as hard as we are now.
And I want to just jump on that a tad more, is that even if the Office of Education is closed, what I hear in the talk is it'll be block granted to the states, and there's a good chance that you'll get it in a different form.
Correct.
And so I'm not too freaked over that, because it's 70 grand against a $6 million budget. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so it's the CTEC was originally set up to be a model school for others to copy. That's what it was hoped to be.
Which it is.
And
Or hope. It is.
It is. I'm just saying, are there other CTEC intact full schools like this in the county or in the state?
Sacramento
has a full-on CTEC like this.
Sacramento.
Okay.
I could drive you there.
I don't. That's fine. But my point is it needs to be revenue neutral, and how do we ensure that gets revenue neutral? Is my whole point.
Yep. And it's in the budget.
Yep.
Well, I know it's in the budget, but I'm talking about year 2, and year 3, and year 4. the assurances that we have that you won't be coming back and asking for another $250,000 is what bothers me. And those are things that we have to consider. We're not going to make a decision now, but those are the things that we have to consider.
And I will always go back to this, Dr. Clyde. That school was set up in terms of sustainability and the top of the line equipment that we have.
Mhm.
There's quite an investment there. I think that's something that should have been considered. And I have no doubt that John and myself, as his immediate supervisor, we're working very hard. And just like Board Member Itzi Robles said, we want to make sure to continue to sustain the high quality of education for our students and opportunities so that they're competitive out in the workforce.
Yeah, the industry partners, they put in $2 million worth of equipment at the beginning when we started. It was
That was a
about
grant.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, they donated that.
We have one individual that gave $2 million.
Yeah, has that been approached again? Because this stuff's going to get kind of.
Unfortunately.
Huh?
He passed.
Oh, no, I know.
The individual that gave the $200 million, he passed, unfortunately. $2 million.
Yeah. But I mean,
That would be even better.
Has
an option.
Has industry been approached for updating equipment? That's what I'm looking.
Industry is approached all the time in regards to how they can support the program.
Okay. So, any other questions?
No, you got great examples. I mean,
Okay. So I hope that we had a good open discussion on this public hearing. So I'm going to call that closed at this point. Thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Okay, now, move up here. Now, we're going to modify, I've been asked to modify the agenda just a tad and move up our closed session item. We have two closed session items, but we're just going to discuss one of them. So could we have the room cleared, basically? We have two closed session items, but we're just going to discuss one of them. So could we have the room cleared, basically? We're good, we're open session.
Yeah, I know.
4:40, and we are now in open session regarding agenda items K1, interdistrict attendance appeal number 2025-1, and K2, interdistrict attendance appeal number 2025-2. Legal counsel, could you read the order of the county board?
Regarding agenda item one is appeal number 2025-1, the order of the Fresno County Board of Education to grant the advanced district school year regarding agenda item A2, interdistrict attendance appeal number 2025-02 is the order of the superintendent for the to grant the advanced interdistrict attendance appeal for the 2024 year.
I need a motion to it.
Yeah, he has to translate.
Please.
Good. Okay, is there a motion to adopt the order of the county board?
So moved.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes, C.
Okay, this concludes the agenda items K1 and K2 at this time, and thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
And you want to tell her that our legal counsel is going to chat with them before they leave, okay?
Motion.
Oh, me and Marcy.
Marcy second.
Okay.
It's her territory.
I was second.
That's okay. Yeah, we can do a 5-minute recess if you want. Yeah, and that's mainly to let our legal counsel talk to her.
Yes. I got it moved.
You can-
Yeah, we can do a 5-minute recess if you want. And that's mainly to let our legal counsel talk to her. Did you turn us on? Okay. Alternative education, Philip Menchek.
President Clyde, board members, Superintendent Kofer, thank you for having me. Right now, I'm going to review our LCAP mid-year report. You should have a copy of that with you. The LCAP mid-year report. The Charter School Superintendent of School Districts and County Office of Education shall present a report on the annual update to the Local Control and Accountability Plan and the Local Control Funding Formula Budget Overview for parents on or before February 28th of each year as part of the non-consent item at a regularly scheduled meeting of the governing board. What's the purpose of the LCAP? Well, to provide the public with an update on the implementation of the current LCAP and allow the LEA to be aware of and plan for changes that may need to be made based on revised estimates of revenue, budgeted expenditures, and/or student performance. The governing board is not required to adopt the mid-year update. However, it must be presented to the governing board as part of a non-consent item. The report includes all available mid-year outcome data related to metrics identified in the current year's 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan. It also includes all available mid-year expenditures and implementation data on all actions identified in the current year's 24-25 Local Control Accountability Plan. This is an example of what the metrics looks like. To the far left, you'll see 5.1. That is goal and action. So it's goal 5, action 1. And the metric that we are using for this one is percentage of Fresno County foster youth who graduate or complete a high school program. Next to that, you'll see the baseline. That's where we get our initial data. That's from 22-23, and it was at 55.4%. The targeted outcome for the 3-year targeted outcome is set at 55%, but you'll also see that the goal is set to maintain or increase above 55%. So using the baseline as a starting point, we'll ask ourselves what progress is our LEA making towards a target to a 3-year outcome. Now, when you're looking at the report, you will see metric outcomes. So the metric is the final result. It's either unknown, it's in progress, or the outcome is known. You also see an expenditure update. Either we started spending the money, we started working towards that goal, or it's in progress, or that goal and the money has been spent and it's completed. So I just wanted to kind of review some of the highlights and updates of our plan. You'll see goal 2 is increased proficiency of ELA and ELD math. That's a simplified version of the goal. You'll see 2.1, so our first goal in action, math intervention teachers. We have 3 at Worsley and we have 1 at VHEA, and we also have a reading intervention teacher that is 50%. You'll see goal 2, action 3, tutoring services. Math and ELA is at both sites. We started Student Nest at Worsley, and we had a meeting today with Youth to Leaders for VHA. So we will be starting tutoring services within the next couple of weeks. 2.4, you'll see student technology. We have expended most of those funds for student technology just for updates and upgrades. But just recently, the Young Entrepreneurs Program through the Chamber of Commerce recommended that we buy iPads for the students who are participating in that program. So we have some funding set aside to do that. So we have the Young Entrepreneurs Program that just started 2 weeks ago. 2.7, we were able to hire a library assistant. It was a little late, but that was because we couldn't find a qualified staff member, but we have somebody in place, and the library is up and running full speed all day during the school day. Nice. And we've been able to also use some of the funding to purchase $10,000 worth of library books because it really needed an upgrade. 211, you'll see CTE, Career Tech Education. We're going to continue this program because it's been such a huge success at Worsley, and we're also trying to expand that over to VHEA. We are going to be working on moving horticulture, and we already have a forklift at both sites, and we just need to figure out how to get the person to get over there to certify the kids or at least train them. Goal 3 is to increase parent and community engagement. Parent services, very important to get parents involved and at least make the attempt to. We have parenting services. We have adjusted their schedule so that way we would kind of catch the parents when we had them. So we have Thursdays, we have enrollments, and the parenting services comes and they do classes and give information to the families while they're there. We're also scheduling 4 more opportunities in the evening so that way VHEA and Worsley parents will be able to join us. Goal 4.0 is transition support and coordination with districts. This was also very, very important to us. We were able to hire an additional guided learning specialist to support with transitions to make sure that we follow the student from beginning to end. So registrations, transfers, graduation, and beyond. We also currently have 5 students at VHEA who have registered at Fresno City College this year. And they will hopefully be graduating at the end of this year and be able to just slide right in.
From VHEA, you said?
VHEA, yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, first time. So that was great. Goal 6 and 7 is to reduce suspension rates, and this goal is for both Worsley and for VHEA. I hired an arts instruction teacher. This person is scheduled at both sites, has been positive, has been a hands-on experience, has been engaging for the students, and our goal was to use this as a tool to connect with the kids, to make them want to come to school, give them something to look forward to. We also have the guided learning specialists and behavior intervention transitions. We have 2 guided learning specialists. At Worsley, they're implementing a new disciplinary system to try to track kids a little bit more closely and try to catch them before they get into any issues. So we're trying to ensure that we move swiftly and that we move consistently and that we provide direction not only after they get in trouble, but before they get in trouble. And that's how those are supporting our program at this time.
I see you got a nice bump through the year. Am I looking at this right? You've been able to add programs and, you know what I mean?
We had allocated funding at the very beginning of the year in the plan from last year, and then we were able to move forward with a lot of those.
Yeah. Was this new money is what I'm getting at. Was it new money for this year or was it new money during this year?
Nope, this is money that we were allocated at the beginning of the year.
Okay, and so the other question I had is, Vi Hines, did you ever have Jeff Becker look at the potential for an awning or covering over that space?
No, I spoke with him briefly, but we haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So I have one question. Just to make sure I'm reading one portion right. Because budget is on other things, and they're divided out into all the little things. So the LCF, and this might be more from over there, LCFF funds, is this for this school year between VHEA and Worsley, is $59,743,290?
59,743,290. That was the total LCFF funds. Those were both sides.
And then their supplement is 1.2, so total funding between the 2 schools. Is that representative this year, those 2 schools' total funding is?
You know what page it's on?
It's right, the first slide.
The first page.
Goals in action.
That's the funding we were
Report
working on.
FCS, it's 24, 25.
Like 61,000, 61.
That's 60.9 million.
That's our total LCFF funds.
That's total LCF for
everything.
district-wide.
For our
That's where I
office,
just
yeah.
wanted to go, like, this is not.
That's not what's allocated to core community schools.
That's where I was like, because Court and
But that's
Community
for the
Schools
2.
in the budget is not allocated this much money,
Everything that's
but,
in the plan is what we were allocated.
yeah. But like, someone else reading this might go, whoa,
They have a lot of money in their,
because this is LCAT, because,
have adopted in the budget overview for Jared.
yeah, because then it gives like your spending, but I want to just clarify, that's total LCFF for the entire
Yes, county.
county.
The 2
superintendent
schools?
Yeah.
Not that the 2 schools have $60 million to spend this year.
Only what's in the plan is what was allocated.
I'm reading that right.
Yeah, you are.
Still a big,
Okay.
still a large sum of
You're
money.
interpreting
Yes.
it right, and it's
Yeah.
not stated.
Yeah, because I was like associating it to the other presentation. I was like, I don't want anyone.
Right. because-
Somebody might be watching our meeting or reading our material and think, wow, their Court and Community Schools have $60.9 million to spend. You don't.
That includes
Yes.
the amount we get per ADA, the amount we get per district. and the base grant amount, along with all the stuff was all the grants that were rolled up years ago.
Yeah. So that's just where I wanted to be really clear that we do not have $60.9 million to spend between Worsley and VHEA this year.
Correct.
But all of these other total funds budgeted, mid-year expenditures, this is a shot in time on your LCAP, and therefore it's kind of hard to interpret because different expenditures come at different times of the year.
Yeah, we can only estimate that midway through the year that half of those monies should be expended.
Yeah.
I don't remember this particular report.
This is the first.
Is this new? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a little 30-pager that says a lot, actually.
It was very helpful to us also, as now we're starting to write our plans and prepare for next year.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for anybody? That was information. Okay, next one, business services, Mr. Otto.
Yes, thank you, President Clyde. I'm here with the quarterly fixed asset report pursuant to Ed Code Section 1279. We have to report the equipment and sale of disposal of that equipment, and this is for a period October 1st of 2024 through December 31st of 2024. You'll see the attached report. It's getting smaller. I think the first time we brought it, it was around 3 or 4 pages because we kind of had to do a catch up. This is a new thing that we started doing about 1.5 years ago. And if you look on there, most of the items on there are laptops.
Okay, any questions on it? Thank you.
What's our revenue recoup after this project is finished? What the estimate?
Not much.
I'm asking you.
What do you mean?
Once the 2 pages are cleared out, do you think we're going to make any money?
It depends on
The
what
recycling?
give it in a recycling situation.
Yeah.
Some of them are destroyed, some of them don't work anymore. So some of them have valuable metals in them though too.
Yeah, so is it like a recycling credit that comes back?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
It's pennies on the dollar.
Well, I know
It's like
that.
25 or 50 bucks.
If that.
Actually, you're kind of glad you get it hazmated out and on a positive way. You don't have to pay for it to get hazmated out. So that's
You're paying for it in the depreciation, but thank you. Thank you.
okay. Item number I3, Toronto.
Yes, sir. I'm here with the audit report for the 22-23-24 fiscal year. And we have Linda Yang from Ide Bailey who helped with that audit, and she's here to present on it. You have the clicker?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Board
Good
Trustees.
afternoon.
My name is Linda, as Otto mentioned. Today I'm going over the 23-24 financial statements with you. Before we begin, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background about Ide Bailey and who we are. We were founded in 1917, and we have over 50 offices in the U.S. and India. And we specialize in 16 industries, including education, nonprofit, and government. And we provide audit, insurance services, tax services, digital services. And I work out of the Fresno office here in town, and we have one partner and 12 auditors and 2 managers, and we mainly do K-12 audits out of our office. So to give you a little bit of a background on the audit process itself, for those of you who are not familiar, we come out about 2 times a year. We have 2 audit phases, the interim audit and the final audit. The interim is when we do preliminary compliance audits for federal and state, and we also go out to the sites and we test attendance. And no, you guys don't have ASB out here. And then final audit is when we complete our state and federal compliance audit. We have to wait until the books to close to do any year-end audit of those. And then we also come out and we validate the year-end balances and draft the audit report. So the audit report consists of several components, the first being the independent auditor's report. That's just our disclosures. And then we have the management discussion and analysis, which is a summary of the report and has input from management, such as financial highlights. And then we have the financial statements and the notes to those, and the required supplementary, those are schedules that are required by accounting standards. The supplementary, those are schedules required for federal and state compliance. And then the other information, that's a new section this year. The state basically just had us move the organizational structure page from out of supplementary into its own section, other information. And then the findings are always at the end. So in 24, we did have two new reporting requirements. One is the GASB Statement 100. That's if there were any errors or accounting changes. There were additional disclosures we had to add into the notes. And then the other information, that's what I just went over, where we moved the organizational structure to the other information. So the financial statements, we have two types of financial statements, government-wide and government fund. Government-wide contains all your long-term items, such as your capital assets and your debt. The government fund doesn't contain any of those, and the notes will contain more information on some of those line items. So our first financial statement here is the statement of net position, and it is the balance sheet that contains all of your long-term items. In 2024, assets came out to about 337.2 million. Liabilities came out to 279.7 million. And our net position ended at 57.5. So this one contains all of the long-term items. Capital assets had a value of about 46 million during the year. Long-term debt was about 172, of which OPED made up of 24, it actually should be 24.2 million and not 24.5. The OPEB, the other post-employment benefits, the liability per the actuary was 27.2, and the county has set aside about 3 million to fund that, which came out to the 24.2 million. And net pension liabilities, which are the CalSTRS and PERS, came out to 145.1. The compensated absences, those are the vacation accruals, came out to 1.8 million, and leases came out to 0.7 million.
Okay, slow down a second. I'm trying to find that on here about the pension allocations. Which page is that on?
The net pension or the OPEB?
The retirement pension.
That should be on, it's either
7 or 8 or 7.
If you're looking at the audit report, in the report, you can find it on in the notes, on page 69.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, no, 68, starting 68. Or PDF, I don't know what, on my PDF is.
I'll go down to 68 and see what happens here.
It could be 72 or 73 PDF number.
I just want to know where we're at as far as contributing because of the Gatsby thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where we're at on where we're at. I mean, are we on a 30-year deal or are we gaining ground? Kind of what's going on?
So the schedule that's on page 68.
Okay, that's where I'm looking.
That's a 10-year look, but we haven't reached 10 years yet. So we only have 7 years since Gatsby came into effect. And if you're looking, I focus on the rows with the double underlines. So that first row, those are the liabilities. That row is all of what the actuary is saying that the county owes in retirement. The second row with double underlines, those are the contributions or money that has been set aside by the county. And right below that, that's the net. So what the actuary says less what has been set aside is what.
Okay, so tell me what 2024 is. Give me
2024 would be 20. The net would be 24,170,000.
24 million. Oh, 197.
Yeah, 197.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the net of the liability and what has been set aside.
And we set that aside.
The 3 million, the 2.
3 million of the 24.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
And then right below that, if you see the percentages, so it's averaging about 11%.
11% or so.
You've been putting around.
Yeah, it kind of changes. Now, is that consistent, healthy to do that? Or do we need to up it, or are we okay? That's what I'm looking at.
That's on a county and district to district basis. can't really say for sure because I'm not an actuary to know, because the liability itself is calculated by the actuary. They're actually the specialists in this. We just make sure the numbers look good and validated. So
Well, yeah, no, I get that. We also, in a way, this office serves as an example of the other 31 districts. So if we got to fund this, the unfunded future retirement benefit package is a big deal
right.
statewide. So that's
I mean,
why.
you guys are doing good by putting money aside. Some
Right,
districts aren't even putting money.
Well, that's what I was getting. I've heard they're not, and I thought,
Yeah.
oh,
You see in other reports for districts, them putting aside money, because I think we're ahead of the game by doing that. And we just increased it probably, I think it was around 3 or 4 years ago, we upped it. Because we were, as you can see, our number is getting bigger that we're setting aside.
well, yeah, but so is our necessity of numbers to set aside.
It's correlating, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's still, that's why the percents are pretty close.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we're doing good by setting, like Linda mentioned, we're setting money aside, period. Most districts do not.
That's what's scary, is that they're not doing it all. We're putting out 10, 11, maybe 11% in some years, as where they're not doing any.
Correct.
Okay. No,
Because some districts, like the smaller ones, they may not have the funds to set aside, so they don't even.
well, they still have to do it.
Right.
Yeah. It's all relative.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thank you. I apologize. Okay.
Next, I have the statement of revenues and expenditures. That's the income statement. And this one doesn't include any of your long-term items. First, we have the general fund here, which had revenues of 240.6 million, expenditures of 226.6. And our revenues less our expenditures gave us our surplus of about 14 million during the year, ending at 102.1. The special education had revenues of 72.8, expenditures of 76.3. Revenues less expenditure gave us a deficit spending of 3.5 million, ending with fund balance of 2.5.
Okay, can you tell me what page you're on right now?
Oh, I'm going back to my slides on my
Oh.
PowerPoint.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That was on.
All right.
And then child development had revenues of 12 million, expenditures of 22.7. So revenues less expenditures gave us a deficit of 10.7 million, ending the year at a fund balance of 21.1. All of the funds have been combined into the non-major funds, and that had revenues of 8.8 million, expenditures of 7.8, and that was an increase of 1 million, ending the year at 24.4. So for the non-major funds, if you want to know what makes up that column, you can find it in the supplementary information section of the audit report. It's all broken out. Next, we have the budgetary comparison schedule. This can be found in the required supplementary information section. And here you'll see your budget, your final budget compared to your actual at the end of the year for the general fund. In 24, the general fund was budgeted to have a deficit spending of 30.5 million. However, the revenues came out to be 22.2 less than budgeted, and expenditures came out to be 66.7 million less than budgeted. So the district actually ended up with a 14 million surplus instead of the budgeted deficit.
Do you have any idea how that happened?
What's that?
Do you have any idea how that happened?
Yes, you know how we allow departments and like special ed to budget the full carryover or budget
Oh, okay.
carryover?
We're back to that.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And next, we have the schedule of financial trends and analysis. This can be found in the supplementary information section, and it's a 3-year look at the general fund itself. I usually look at the increase and decrease row to check the trend to see if it's the district is on an upward trend or downward trend. And here you can see that there's the county has been operating at a surplus for the last 3 years. And then if we look at the ending fund balance row, we can see that fund balance has also increased over the last 3 years. The reserve percentages has remained relatively the same, around 22%. However, ADA has decreased over the last 3 years, so you want to be aware of that to make sure that you don't overspend with decreasing enrollment.
So we're at 22, 29, that's really lousy reading, can't read that. And 22.2, is that what I'm seeing?
Yes,
Yes.
22.2.
Over the 3-year period.
So in 2024, your reserve percentage is 22.2.
All right. All right. And that includes the carryover?
Yes.
All right. That kind of answers the question I had a month ago. All right.
So that concludes, that doesn't conclude it. I have findings.
Yes.
So there is one finding during the year, which had to do with the Child Development Fund. There was a grant that came in that was recorded incorrectly as cash awaiting deposit instead of a revenue. So we had to do an adjustment to increase the revenue to reflect that amount that came in. And it was about $1 million.
Our correction to that was we've now included that in our closing process to look at that account. It's a pretty obscure account that we've never had activity in before. And it was a posting by our district financial services team when the cash came in from the county. They posted it there. And like I said, it's an obscure account that we never check, but now we will check it from here on out.
It's a posting error, not
Yes,
necessarily
correct.
a conscious entry error. It's just a posting error. Yeah, got it. Okay.
And so no federal compliance finding, no state compliance finding. Everything else looks good. Questions?
I think the only others were like a general fund transfer that had to occur or something, right?
General funds for,
Yeah, you had a COVID-19 and 21st century community living recommendation to incorrectly overcharge 3,283 of indirect costs of COVID-19.
Oh.
It was recommended to take those indirect costs and the general fund.
that might have, that could have been a 23 finding?
Yeah, that was last
Is
year.
that the last year's?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Because we only had the one. So that would have been last year.
And is that just a report that that was implemented and completed?
We included just to show, if you look at the very bottom, it'll say whether the finding has been implemented or
Yeah,
not.
yeah, it says
Mhm.
implemented.
Yeah.
So that's just like a reference. Last year, this was there and
Yeah.
it's been implemented and it's been completed.
Yes.
I think otherwise it shows a pretty healthy position. Basically, the net of, we're always kind of guessing like, can I call net position basically like as reserved? It's total carryover. That's the reflective of the 22 point whatever percent.
Right. The 102 million is a carryover of all of our programs, restricted and unrestricted dollars.
And then the net position is at 57.5 of,
Yes.
if we paid all of our liabilities in the office ed closed today, sort of.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's a very convoluted. There's a whole lot of GASBs that make them actually take our information and massage it in ways that we're not necessarily familiar with down in finance. They do GASB has some crazy rules.
There's a whole reason these people exist.
Exactly.
Why it's outsourced. Make it into more of accrual accounting.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, accrual will drive you crazy. But anyway, what he's saying is that 101 or whatever it was, that includes the 20% on carryover, and the 57 million doesn't include that.
You can't really compare the two.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. And so, and it was like 10 or 12% before, and now it's 22%, and that's the difference? Am I looking at that right? Sorta.
I don't know what you're referring to right now. No, I mean, if you're talking a $57 million net position compared to our ending fund balance, those are two completely different calculations.
Yeah.
That's what I'm just saying. If you take all of our,
close, I mean, it's off the charts different.
but if you're taking all of our liabilities and then all of our position, that net is the representative. We have all these liabilities. This is the money we have in the bank, and basically we're net positive 57.5 million from our liabilities.
Kind of sort.
I like that sort of.
Does that?
Man, I love an answer from an accountant.
But does that include the carryover? Does that include the carryover? That's the question.
What's that?
Does that include the carryover from the 40-something departments you had?
Gotta go all the way back.
I mean,
Well,
it includes.
that's included in the 102 million. Yes.
Yes. That I see that, and that's where I was coming with the 57. We're talking about half.
Okay.
See what I mean?
57 is about half of 102. I will agree with that statement.
Yeah. But we don't. We're not in agreement as to what the 102 versus the 57.
Know exactly what the 102 is. Yes, the 57, like I said, it's
Okay, I got it.
government-wide financial statements that are so many GASBs factored into net. There's like pension liability and stuff. There's so much going on there.
Which was my reason for the question on the pension liability. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's where I just say combined net position of 57.5 million. That's where I say it's not that simple.
Yeah, really. What does 57 million really mean? That's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're on to I-4, right? Am I back on track?
Yes.
Okay. And Kevin, the second interim?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Clyde. I'm here to present the second interim budget report for the fiscal year 24-25. And
Thank you.
My device is moving extremely slow. I think it's giving out. So what I have to represent that is this PowerPoint presentation. I believe also behind that is the SACS report that we compile and send to California Department of Education. It's about 100 and some odd pages. This is a summary of that report. The first chart showing the general fund ending balance history. So from, laser on here? The first four bars from the left side are actuals. The last two are the first interim and second interim. Keeping in mind that we do allow departments budget more of their carryover in the current fiscal year. And when I say departments, I don't just mean the general fund departments, I mean special ed, after school, all of the programs, migrant education. But as you can see, the history has shown that when we end the year, our ending fund balance is always higher. It is trending up the last 2 or 3 years. It has a lot to do with ESSER funds or COVID relief funds that we've received. I fully expect our ending fund balance to drop this year. We have a CHBY grant, the Chibi grant that Trina Frazier oversees that we just finished up 6 wellness centers. All of that was budgeted in this current year. It's about $17 million. We're spending the rest of our ESSER dollars. A lot of that money was already there. So it should drop at the end of this fiscal year. Any questions about that? The next chart shows revenues versus expenditures. The blue bar are the revenues, the gray bar are the expenditures. And this illustrates what I'm saying in the last 2 columns about the expenditures being more than the revenue, allowing departments to budget carryover. As you can see, the previous 4 years.
Expenditures being less? You said
No,
more.
expenditures are more.
Oh, okay.
The gray bar is higher than the blue one. As you can see, the actuals in the past 4 years, the blue bar has been higher than the gray bar, indicating that we are bringing in more revenue than we're spending. So we expect that trend to continue at the end of this year, with the exception of the ESSER funds and the Chibi grants that I just mentioned. The next chart shows the budgeted revenue summary. This would be the opposite of a school district. School district funds, they probably receive 70 to 75% of their funding is unrestricted, and the rest of it is restricted. We are, like I said, you can just flip that chart, and most of the money we receive is restricted or targeted versus unrestricted. The next chart shows the components of budgeted revenue. These are the object codes or the categories of revenue that we receive. We have LCFF revenue, federal revenue, other state, and other local.
Didn't we start the year with like 240? And now we're up to almost 280?
Probably somewhere in that area.
Okay.
I know since we've increased about 12 to 14 million in grants since first interim. The next shows budgeted revenue detail for the targeted revenue. and this is by area, so you can see what the biggest areas at FCSS, by the biggest pieces of the pie: SELP and Special Ed, Department of Safe and Healthy Kids. Then we have court schools, some of the smaller ones, special projects, migrant, cyber high, career tech ed, routine restricted maintenance, and a little bit of lottery. We'll get to the unrestricted or non-targeted side for revenue. We have internal operations, school district services, special activities, and again, a small amount of lottery funds. This is showing the expense side, targeted versus non-targeted. Again, a school district would be the opposite of us. Next chart shows the components of budget expenditures by object code. As you can see, the majority of our budget is salaries and benefits. This would actually be higher in the school district. They're probably up in the 75 to 82 or 3%. I would imagine when ESSER dollars go away, they're going to jump back up into the high 80s. We have other areas: books and supplies, services and other operating expenditures, capital outlay, transfers and other outgo. Budget detail for targeted areas, again, court schools, special projects, Department of Safe and Healthy Kids, migrant, cyber high, career tech ed, special ed SELPA, and the smaller amounts, routine restricted maintenance. Insurance, that's a new line in here. That's because our auditors, who Linda was one of them, we pulled the money from Fund 6703 and 4 last year. They made us report that in our general fund. So that's a new line there.
Which line is that? I'm sorry.
The
new line.
Insurance line, 2.4 million.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you. I was looking at the Department of Safe and Healthy Kids. We must be doing, I know we're doing fantastic things, but they're funded to be doing fantastic things. That's a lot of money.
Yes, we are in a lot of schools throughout the county.
Wow. It's good to see that number, because I would have never really had imagined that that's how much dedicated work we've been providing throughout the school year. That's how you say it.
And before and after school programs.
Yes. Wow. Wow. So that's after school programs as well?
Before and after school, and all, basically it's that whole department.
It's all the support.
It's all the department. It's all Helena's people. They do other things too. It's not just before and after school. They receive other grants, tobacco grant. They receive other funding as well.
Thank you.
And the last, I can't go back. The last slide shows the budgeted expense detail for non-targeted. Again, internal operations, school district services, special activities, and some small lottery amount.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Now we'll move on to action item. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, President Clyde. I'm here seeking the approval of the 24-25 budget revisions. And you have about a 3-page document that follows that cover sheet. What we're showing here are the changes to the budget since first interim, which was in November. If you look at item B, revenue went up $14.2 million. The majority of that being a couple of new grants that the after-school program received. There was a prior year allocation, and then some ESSER dollars were fully budgeted. If we go down to the expense side, salaries and benefits went down 6.2 million. What that means is we took our position control system and we relieved budgets for people who haven't been hired in positions yet to free that money up so departments could utilize those funds elsewhere.
You don't think you'll need them?
Nice.
No, because the time has already passed and those people aren't in those positions, so that expense won't be there.
Will they get added on next year?
It should be included in next year's budget.
So it'll get back on?
If they intend to fill the position, yes.
All right. Now, when did this cut off, this interim? What month? Beginning of February or beginning of January or?
The end of January.
End of January.
Yes.
So February, March, April, May, June.
And the other first interim cut off at the end of October.
Yeah.
So these are the changes in the budget since basically November.
No, that's all right. I'm just looking at CTEC at 538,000, and we still have 5 months left. So we'll see. It's going to be close, right?
Well, these are budgeted amounts, so these should be the fully budgeted expenditures for the end of the year, through the rest of the year. These aren't actual.
Oh, you're projecting this out to the end of the. Really?
This is the budget, right?
Yeah.
That's projected till the end of the. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
If we go to the second page, I want to point out item F. This is the unappropriated fund balance and the amount that we need to set aside for economic uncertainty, or our 3% reserve. If you look at those percentages, our unappropriated or unrestricted reserves went from 10.47 to 11.21%. Item G shows the other funds, one of them being the first one there, CTEC. The second one, number 2, is special ed pass-through. Those are dollars that we used to report in the general fund probably 10 years ago, but the state said, no, you need to report them in Fund 10. It's money that comes in and goes right back out to school districts through our special ed department. Adult education fund, very small amount. Child development fund. A few years back, we received a huge grant from the state of California. We are currently spending down those dollars. Deferred maintenance fund. This is money that we set aside for anything that could come up with the buildings. We have chillers that need to be replaced. We have generators that need to be replaced. County schools facility funds, that's money awaiting, I believe, to be sent to the state. And then small reserve for capital outlay.
Why are we sending $1 million to the state?
I'd have to ask Jeff Becker exactly why.
Okay.
The last 3 are self-funded. Workers' comp, retiree, and that's it.
Now on the retiree fund, that's just a balance. It doesn't say what we contribute about 3 million? No, only 3,000. Is that?
No, it would be the number 10, I believe.
1.6.
Right. So keep in mind that 3 million is a combination of the pay-as-you-go ones that we're paying for now.
I was just going to ask about
and what we're setting aside for future.
All right. Okay. Okay, done? Any questions? Chair will entertain a motion for J1.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Roll call, please. Yes.
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 Thank you. A lot of talking. Sorry.
I know, it's a lot.
No, but we had a lot of.
Stellar work as always. Your team is.
Okay, legal services.
Issuances and cancellations of temporary certificates that were issued and canceled during the time period of 2024 to January 31st, 2025. Ratification.
Any questions? Because we get these all the time.
I would like to abstain.
Oh.
Because my wife's permit is on this.
Okay. That's fine.
And I think we have enough people to vote for it.
Yeah. If we didn't, we'd have to postpone it. Okay.
So moved.
No other yeah. Second. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Yes.
Abstain.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the next one is Mr. Parkin for the delegate.
Yes, this is the official ballot to the county board. SBA. The board to be able to vote as a board regarding candidates for substitute and lead for County to serve on the delegate assembly. And it's during April 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2027. And I believe they will have 4 facilities for that.
And I asked Marcy about this in pre-board, and she said she knew 3 out of the 4 and vouched for them. So whatever you guys want to do.
So we're voting as a board?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And there's their kind of applications and bios on here.
When's the due date for this? By when?
Are we voting
When do we have
today?
to do it?
Voting today?
Today.
Action
Yeah,
item.
right now.
Because it's what has to be enforced before the next board meeting? Okay, okay.
Well, there's 4 candidates and there's only 4 choices, so.
Well, I asked Marcy if there was anybody, a red flag that we wouldn't want to do. And she said no.
I'm looking, I know 3.
Oh, you do?
I don't know the Sanger person, but I know the other 3. And, you know Terry, everyone knows Terry. She's been working for years. She's one of the Rios sisters. Nabil has been working with City Hall for several years and is in Central and has been working for the community for several years. And we all know Daniel, he's been working in the community for several years and has served in Kermit. I know those 3 personally. I'm not familiar, I'm sorry, with Renetta from Sanger yet. I haven't had the pleasure. But there's 4 candidates and we have 4 choices. So.
And I would assume, maybe I shouldn't assume, but I would assume that Marcy would know the Sanger person.
Renata's new. I actually know Renata through a mutual friend.
I think if I've met her, then if that's who I think it is. I need to see a picture.
Okay.
So we're just voting for all and for the slate?
Entertaining motion for the slate, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Oh.
Get moved and seconded.
I guess I made the motion for the slate.
You stuck your hand, or you mumbled it.
I did.
And it got caught. Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you.
That's where I was like looking. I was like, you know what? Actually, I do know Renata.
Yeah, I think I do too.
She was very instrumental in Sanger's Ag Center being built.
Oh, boy. Okay, good.
Okay, so let's move on to item number 4.
Senate Bill 984 created Cesar Chavez Day of Service and Learning to promote service to the communities of California in honor of the life work of Cesar Chavez. You all probably know studies and activities pertaining to Cesar Chavez's life and historical contributions to farm laborers will help students gain a better understanding of justice and democratic principles. Cesar Chavez dedicated his life to community service and aspired to improve the lives and meet the needs of migrant and seasonal farm workers and their families. Cesar Chavez inspired many educated who themselves worked as farm workers or came from farm working families to pursue public service while inspiring in others the values of public service, respect, and nonviolence values that parents and teachers seek to instill in their children. So I invite the Board of Education to join me in recognizing March 31st, Chavez Day of Service and Learning.
Any discussion? Carol, entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. A roll call, please. Yes.
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 Okay, motion carried. Move on to number 5. Dr. Cofer.
The Fresno County Superintendent of Schools proclaims the month of March 2025 as Arts Education Month and encourages all educational communities to celebrate the arts with meaningful student activities and programs that demonstrate learning and understanding in and through the arts. First, I'd like to make sure we all recognize that particularly in our office, we define arts education as dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. And that it is an essential part of basic education for all students, pre-kindergarten through grade 12, to provide a balanced learning and to develop the full potential of their minds. Through well-planned instruction and activities in the arts, students develop initiative, creative ability, as self-expression, self-reflection, thinking skills, discipline, greater social emotional well-being, and a heightened appreciation of people cross-cultural understanding. Therefore, let it be resolved that the Fresno County Board of Education and the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools proclaim the month of March 2025 as Arts Education and encourage all Fresno County school districts to participate with appropriate activities and curriculum on this day and throughout the year.
Any discussion? Roll call, please. Oh, moved and second. I'm sorry. I'm
So
getting ahead of
moved.
myself. Yeah.
Second. Okay, go ahead.
Did you get it? Okay, roll call, please. Yes.
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 Okay, now we'll move into closed session again. So we need to clear the room unless for only affected stay. And it Open back up out of closed session, move on, nothing to report, move on trustee activities, travel requests. Any travel requests?
Yeah, we got
Get
them.
ready to go. Oh, no.
Oh, you coming for me?
Oh, my
Coming
God. I
for me?
got you that time. I got you that time.
There's one travel request to the board governance workshop for member Robles, and then for Caspi for member Tapscott Musson. This somewhere else.
Okay.
This is my life right now.
You will enjoy the board governance workshop.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
that
we
was
did ours
so
virtually.
Okay.
I get to do mine via telephone.
On
It's COVID.
real quick on this, I know we want to get out of here, but we had discussed in the pre-board about maybe doing this budgeting for board members, travel and expenses, et cetera. Just do it in a different way to where it's cleaner. So there's such a big discrepancy between different board members because they have different duties. So if we just did a lump pot and then we're voting on them anyway, and we can see where our, by the end of the year, we just don't go over that pot level. And so we don't have to worry about who has what and how much. It's an accounting thing. So that's it. I'm not saying we're going to do it yet, but that's what's being talked about. Okay, do we need to vote on those? All right, entertain a motion.
I shall move to approve the travel request.
On both?
On both.
Second.
No discussion? Roll call, please. Yes.
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 Yes. I'll take my coffee.
Okay, any travel expenses? Receipt of correspondence? Nobody?
I got a phone call from a parent who said they want to talk about their students' education. I've called them back like 7 times and they won't answer the phone back to me. So that's about it for me. It's our last meeting.
Comments by board members?
I have one.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? So I just wanted to give a shout out to my husband's cousin, Sasha Real, since, we're going into Arts Education Month. But she actually had her art piece displayed during Art Hop last week, and it was called La Calavera de Azúcar. And she attends 4th grade at McCardle in Fresno Unified. So I just wanted to give her a big shout out just because it was such a beautiful piece and it got displayed. And so
cool.
Awesome. And then secondly, I do want to give a shout out to our Latino student unions throughout Fresno County that are organizing different efforts to show support to our immigrant community, just because it's so amazing to see how empowered they are and being able to raise their voices and in any way they're doing, whether they're holding rallies at their schools or organizing protests and all of that. But it's such an important issue, and I just want to highlight that they're doing an amazing job speaking out, and I want to empower them to always raise their voices and just say thank you to them for doing that. And lastly, I want to say thank you to whoever is helping us be able to share our meetings on YouTube, because I was able to share on my social media as well, because most of my, the people that I know of, are on Facebook or other social media platforms. So it made it easy for me to just share our meeting and be able to tell them about some of the important items that we're discussing today. So if there's anything of interest to them, they don't necessarily need to be here in person, but they can watch it on their phones. And so that's an awesome way to make our meetings accessible. And but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'm going to say thank you to those who support us, specifically Angela, and I think Dr. Lira sends us some things sometimes. I was recently conversing with a board member from another area about things that I think we do that are unique and special, and the weekly reminder that we get of everything going on at the school district. From many other board members that I discuss items with, they do not get that. And they were like, this is amazing, and I don't know why my district doesn't do it. And I said, well, you can't have Angela, because she works in Fresno. And so I just wanted to say thank you for doing that and the reminders that it brings to us, to bring it to our attention and sharing that with other people. They're taking notice that we're doing things differently, because they're like, it's so hard for me to keep straight what I'm supposed to be at, where I'm supposed to go. So it's not just the reminder emails or the calendar invites, which I love the calendar invites more than anything because I'm a terrible email backer, but I'm good at saying accept. I'm good at saying accept. And if I say accept, that means I'm going. Yes, I know. That's my. And that weekly reminder of what's going on, what a value that is, and other people seeing it and saying, I wish I had something like this. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, I'll piggyback on that because I no longer travel without a paper travel packet. Been there, done that, had to spend $1,800 on my own credit card for a room. So now my wonderful Madam Secretary always prepares me a paper packet. And I know it's a lot of work, and I even had a binder and pulled it out at a conference, and I had other trustees looking at me like, what is that? I said, oh, it's my travel packet that my secretary put together for me. And they were like, I'd never seen anything like that. Oh my God, and they wanted to see it. So I had to pass it over, and they looked at how you organized it and everything. And of course, went back to share with the information with their secretaries. And I'm like, well, I'm just sorry, we're just spoiled. That's Angela. And that's how we roll. You don't. But we thank you for all the extra and the emails. I know we've been busy. We have our new photos up, everyone. Notice our new photos. So thank you for the new photos. Mine was 6 years old, so I got some hair now. So thank you. I'm so happy. And so we're grateful for all that you do, the reminders of the emails, and for us to check our emails and respond. And so we're trying to get better, and thank you. And you're keeping us organized, and we're grateful for the list of activities so that, and it's printed, and so I can take it home. Thank you. And put it on the refrigerator. So we're all pleased with all that. I just have just two comments. One thing, just for future reference, if we could just keep in consideration that when it's Black History Month, it would be nice if we could highlight a Black employee of the month, and then also a Black superintendent superstar. Because I came in thinking that we might have had him. I had a kente cloth, but anyway. But thank you. I enjoyed who we had. But if we could just keep with the theme, it is Black History Month. If we could highlight our Black employees and our Black students at that time here in Chambers, it would be greatly appreciated. And then also, before I left, just a note of information. Los Angeles Unified has just passed a new ordinance of no cell phones on the school campuses, not even at lunchtime, and that the devices are to be locked up until the end of school to encourage and enhance their learning environment. So that was announced today. Conversations? I don't know, just dropping that little ball right there.
Probably in response to the state law that they must adopt a policy by date X.
Date X, okay.
Isn't there's a date, each school district must adopt a policy regarding cell phones on campus. Yep.
Okay, I wanted to address.
They got on early then. Okay.
Thank you. July.
The only thing I had was I took the ethics course and did that, and it's simple. Don't get it. But you know, it says it takes 2 hours. I got through it in 1 hour and 14 minutes. But then it says a one group if you have to do 2 hours, and if you're in that group that here's a bunch of extra credit time that you could put it on it. And I noticed the only one in that group was attorneys.
To do more.
I'm just jiving you, but that's, I want you to know I got a giggle out of that. But anyway, I don't think it's justified in our cases here, but, anyway, I'm doing another book signing.
Oh, Lord, nice.
Yeah, March 8th out at Clovis Book Barn. And
they never sent it back.
They never sent what back?
Well, I'm sorry, I digress. I ordered one online and it came damaged and I sent it back and it never came back. It had like some ink or something on it.
Oh, really?
But I'll have to get.
Well, now you can order two, because that's my second book. But anyway,
a signed copy.
The rest of my time I'll yield to Dr. Cook.
Date of book signing?
March 8th.
8.
I think it's at 10 o'clock at Clovis Book Barn on Clovis Avenue.
What's the name of the new title?
Trail Talk.
All right.
And I'm, well, just sidebar, I'm working on a mini podcast
Sounds fun.
with that. And I'm getting a special use permit for the Forest Service to do it on wilderness areas. And so
Oh, that's wonderful.
we'll see how that
Dr.
flows this
Clyde.
summer. So
That's going to be.
that'll obviously tie into my book, which I will shamelessly plug. But anyway, that's what I'm just trying to encourage kids to read.
Yes, of course.
And it says centers around, both books center around an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old, same youth named Pablo, and it's geared for their reading, so anyway, and it's how Pablo grows.
Congratulations.
And matures, and so that's what it's about. Anyway, Dr. Cole.
And I will start my comments with congratulations.
Thanks.
That's very beautiful. In fact, that you're modeling literacy and the importance of being good readers. I appreciate that so much. So once again, congratulations. And congratulations, Kimberly, our Legacy Award winner for African American Student Leadership Conference. If Marcy were here, I'd be saying congratulations to her too, but she had to leave and do what I wanted to honor her for, and that is be president of the Trustees Association, where she is currently presiding over a meeting.
That's right.
Right now as we speak. And I don't know if you got to see our social post. Marvin Baker in our office, who is our lead for LCAP review, won a national award. And it is a very, very prestigious, the acronym
Of course
is very,
he
very long.
did.
But it goes to one of our greatest assets in this office, if not our greatest asset, and that is the incredible, extraordinary people. In almost every department, there is somebody that's widely recognized by the state of California or beyond, in Marvin's case, at the national level, with excellence. So congratulations to Team FCSS. I have cut my notes down since it's after 6. So I'm just going to briefly say in the month of February, there are lots and lots of ways to measure student achievement, which is why this season of excellence at FCSS is so exciting for our office. There are many, many student events that propel our youth from local to county and then state, and in many instances, national achievements. We have more than 50 student events. With regard to student safety, the need to communicate regularly with students, families, and community on the evolving details of immigration response continues to be a priority for us. Attendance, emergency cards, family emergency plans, FAFSA completion, and more are our focus. I'm pleased to share that we have a new formal partnership with Centro La Familia on parent education and advocacy as well. And then I think I'll just wrap up with, we have a number of big events to that point of season of excellence. On February 24th, Mock Trial Awards. On February 27th, the Spell Off. March 1, Science Olympiad. By the way, I've been trained by everybody. These are all on your calendar. I didn't add anything for bonus to confuse anybody. Science Fair is March 13th. On the same exact day in the morning, on March 13th is Career Skills Challenge. Then on the 15th of March, History Day. Then we come together again for a board meeting on March 20th. It's well in advance notice, but I'll also let you know that in service to our school board trustees in Fresno County, our legal team is offering up a board governance training on April 3rd as well. So I'm really appreciative that our staff is in a position of offering.
I'm registered.
Yeah, I'll be out of the country, so I won't be able to.
They congratulate you on.
No.
Well, and that's all I had. Just again, I too am in daily appreciation and quite humbled by the team here at FCSS. I appreciate everyone, especially each and every one of you on this dais, and it's a privilege really to serve the students in Fresno County. Their features are looking bright. So, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Any future agenda items? None heard. Next meeting, regular board meeting will be held on March 2025 at Fresno County FCOE here in this room. Chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Yes.
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 Meeting adjourned. You're excused.
It is. Thank you.
The